Um, D107, week 16, year 2025. I just put 2026 on there. Boom. This is part two, so I've already done 5 hours. Right, it's going to be tough now because it's my own fault. It's credit unions. Keep going. Right, so I'm going to use the new VoIP system. Boom. Let's go. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the printers that you guys use. Yeah. I was looking for permission to leave my name, Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but two of my wholesalers are in Ireland, in Dublin and Kildare, County Kildare. So I was just looking for permission really to leave my details and my prices. Oh, bear with me. Sorry. I know a lot about ink, but I only type with one finger. Hang on, bear with me. So as manager at BlackRock, I see you. Yeah, die. I was going to ask as well before you go. It is a bit of a long shot to ask this question very quickly, but do you happen to know the name of one of the printers so I could use it as an example for pricing? No, no, it's fine. Is there anybody in particular that I need to address the email, or should I just send it across? Yeah, no problem. I'll do that. Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye. All right. So I seen a picture of a credit union, and it's just like a fucking normal. It's a normal place, right? This is the first energy drink of the day. Oh, fuck. I'm going to be in this now till fucking 5 o'clock. Boom. Fucking hell. Right. Low template. We need printer list. Not spoken, please. Uh, um, credit unions, county, Dublin. This is good afternoon now. Artist. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the printers that you guys use. Well, I was going to mention actually, would I be allowed permission to pop an email across with my, would that be okay? Would that work? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, thank you. What would the best email address be? Yeah, bear with me. Sorry, I know a lot about ink, but I only type with one finger. Hang on. Blanchardstown, yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfect. I was going to ask before you go very quickly. This is a bit of a long shot to ask, but do you happen to know the name of a printer? Because I was hoping to leave an example with some pricing on it, if I can. Yeah, have you got maybe an example of a printer like a Brother or HP, something I can put on the email with pricing? No, no, it's fine. Yeah, yeah, of course, I'll do that. Is there anybody in particular to address it to, or shall I just send it across to management? Yeah. Ah, brilliant. I appreciate that. My name's Charles, by the way, but I'll send it across now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Um, I don't need to update it, do I? It's going to show up there. Hi, good afternoon, Sinead. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the printers that you guys use. It's on a contract. Um, I was going to ask because I've spoken to a lot of credit unions on a contract. In actual fact, I think all of them are, but some credit unions they do have one or two much smaller desktop printers, even if it is just the one. Um, do you have one of those at all that I can leave a price on? No, it's on the all on the lease one. I'm going to put this on my notes, but thank you very much for taking the time to let me know. Anyway, much appreciated. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hmm. Hi, good afternoon, Lorna. I was looking for the person that orders ink, for the printers that you guys use. Oh, no, not at all. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. But two of my wholesalers are based in Ireland, in Dublin and Kildare. So initially, I was going to ask for permission to pop an email with my contact details, and I was hopefully going to put some prices in there as well. Would would that be okay? Are you sure? Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, but bear with me. I know a lot about ink, Lorna, but I only type with one finger, so you're gonna have to calm yourself down. So it's info, yeah. INTO Credit Union, yeah. Perfect. I was going to ask, and I know this is a long shot to ask very quickly before you go, but do you happen to know the name of one printer? Because I was hoping to give an example of pricing, if I can. Yeah, yeah. Is it? Do you know the manufacturer? Is it HP, Brother, Samsung, Xerox? Perfect. Does this ring a bell? Color LaserJet Pro? Does that sound? Yeah, that's going to be the contracted one. So the HP one might will be the smaller one. Okay, the large ones. Do- yeah, of course. The ones that are the larger ones, are they owned by the credit union? Does that make sense? Oh, okay. Very quickly then. So my apologies. Let's quickly go back to the Rico. Does it say IMC 300 maybe, or something along those lines? It normally has a letter or a couple of letters and some numbers. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for checking for me. Well, the thing is, I can send prices then instead of just can I have the name of a printer? It would be here's your printer model, here's your prices. They can check straight away then if it's of any interest. Bear in mind though, the HP they're not color then, they're mono, the HP. No, the Ricoh is a manufacturer, yeah. So the HP is a manufacturer, Ricoh is a manufacturer. HP is LaserJet Pro or Color LaserJet Pro. Um, a lot of credit unions have LaserJet Pros, and then they have a letter M with three numbers after it. But I don't want to guess it. But does that ring any bells with you? You were doing well though with the Ricoh. I interrupted you. I Right, okay. So it doesn't say the model of the Ricoh. No. What about around you at all? Do you have anything around you? Yeah. The Yeah, but you said they own them, so they're not on a contract, on a lease. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna send an email through. Shall I address it? Did you say to Norma? Was that right? Or Norma would? Yeah. Would that be okay? Yeah. Would that be okay? Yeah. The what I'm gonna do now because obviously I haven't got the model number, so I'm gonna just send an email asking. And then if there's anyone there that can just, you've said Rico. So if anyone there, like I said, has got like a model or anything, I can go on like anything at all. Yeah, just anything, 100%. But in any case, I've taken up in a few times, so I'll send you an email. I'll put my name, Charles, my company details, and then I'll just ask the question, and then I'll just wait for a response, and then fingers crossed, if it is something somebody can get back to me on, I'll crack on with some prices. I'll send it over now. But it's definitely going to be of interest on some level because even if the Rico is on contract, there's still going to be some small HPs. Maybe not a lot, but it sometimes can be still quite pricey to buy. The toners. So I'll send it over now. Would that be okay with you? Perfect. It'll come through in the next few seconds. Thank you very much for your help, and I do still appreciate you trying to help with looking. But someone's very organised in that because they've renamed it on the floor. So someone's manually overridden the model with the floor name. So they've so you know which one you're printing, yeah. So which is, to be fair, internally that's not a bad thing to do really. But I'll send this email over now in the next few seconds, and then hopefully you guys can get back to us, and you have a nice afternoon as well. Thank you for your time. Thanks, Lerner. Ta-ra now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Uh, Hi, good afternoon, Donna. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the printers that you guys use. Um, oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but two of my wholesalers are based in Ireland, in Dublin and Kildare. So I was just wondering if I could get permission to leave my contact details and my prices on email, if that would be okay. Are you sure? Would that be okay? Bear with me. Sorry. I know a lot about ink, but I only type with one finger. Hang on. Let me write this in. So it's INFO. Yeah. Community. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. I was going to ask before you go, and I know this is a bit of a long shot to ask very quickly, but do you happen to know the name of one printer? Because I was hoping to use it as an example for pricing, if that makes sense. No, no, it's fine. That's why it's a long shot. Honestly, no, it's fine. Honestly, that's why it's a long shot. Sometimes I get a bit lucky and sometimes I don't. But I'll send the email over. I'll ask the question that I've asked yourself. Can I get the name of a printer to quote for? And fingers crossed, someone will get back to me. But thank you very much for the information as well. Thank you. Cheers, Donna. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Messaging Stephen, the wholesaler guy. I mean, he said credit unions are worth it. He said one customer that he has, half of his business comes through credit unions. But it's not that I can't see it. I'm not saying I can't see it, but it's fucking tough. But then I suppose if it's tough for me, well, other people are not even ringing. Uh, Four, please, Charles, because you fucked up the order. One, two, three, four. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, for the printers that you guys use. Oh, thank you. My name is Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but two of my wholesalers are based in Ireland, in Dublin and Kildare. Oh, thank you. Yeah, of course. Would that be okay with yourself? Oh, thank you. Bear with me. Info, yeah, yeah. Dot I. And if you don't mind me asking, who shall I address the email to? Rochelle. So if I put Rochelle. Oh, Rachele. So no double L. So Rach, like Rachel, but with an E. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but it's pronounced. I'm going to put this in my notes. It's pronounced Rochelle. I was going to ask before you go, and I understand and fully appreciate this is a very long shot to ask you this question, but do you happen to know the name of a printer? Because I was hoping to leave my contact details. No, 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 it's fine. I always ask just in case, but I'm going to send the email across. Is it a bank holiday today? In No, no, it's Monday. Because your Good Friday is not a bank holiday, is it? Yeah, I've noticed that. Is that with a lot of businesses in Ireland as well? They're open half day. Yeah, so the banks do have a day off. But it's not. It's a strange one though because it's not an official public holiday, is it? Why don't the government just make it a bank holiday if everybody finishes half day anyway and the banks are closed? Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna send the email over. I'll put all my name Charles in there, but thank you very much for your time and your help. Cheers. Bye bye. Good afternoon, Rachel with an E. So it's not a bank holiday tomorrow. So why is everyone fucking taking a day off then? So fucking hell. About $1 for every fucking AFPL email sending out. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the printers that you guys use. Oh, brilliant. Well, very quickly, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but two of my wholesalers are based in Ireland, in Dublin and Kildare. And I was just wondering if I could get permission to leave my contact details and my prices with you. Ooh, let me quickly write this down. Sorry. I know a lot about ink, but I only type with one finger. And your email address is probably the shortest one I've had today. So I probably shouldn't have even told you about the typing of one finger. Should have got on with it. It's ed. It's like literally the shortest email ever. So it's info@edcu.ie. Is that the one? Perfect. That's the one. I was going to ask before you go very quickly. I understand this is a very long shot to ask the question, but do you happen to know the name of one printer? Because I was hoping to leave an example with some pricing on the email, if I can. Oh, just an example of a printer. Yeah. La LaserJet Pro. Yeah, it might have a letter. Does it scan and copy? Does it lift up, or does it just print? If that makes sense. Oh, yeah, it should have a letter M and three numbers, or something like that. If that makes sense. Oh, thank you. Oh, take your time. Thank you. P Perfect. I think it's a 406. I think the 407 is somewhere else in Europe. HP. Yeah, I'm a bit of a nerd, so don't take me for granted. But yeah, well, I've been doing it 16 years day in day out. It's become more of a become well, I've been doing my own company now for 8 years. It's become more of an obsession than I would say than anything. But I know. I do. I really do. I'm not joking. I genuinely do. I do. I've been doing a bit of business in Ireland since the summer. I've been quite enjoying it actually. It's been it hasn't been all fun and games, but it has been good. And I call GP surgeries as well. I'm trying to build a foundation for my business of GP surgeries and pharmacies, for example. And the amount of GP surgeries I've called and they've said, oh, we use this brother printer, and I said, do you want to quote for the drum? And they're like, oh, we've been having problems with the drum. And I've been saying to them, I bet you've been putting in the drum and it comes up with reset drum afterwards. They're like, yeah, how do you know that? And I said, do you want to know how to get rid of it? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, listen, I'll send you, I'll tell you how to do it, but you have to remember that I'm the Welsh knight in shining armor. Okay. Listen, my name's Charles, and I have no issue with you calling me King. That's all I'm saying. If you want to, that's up to you. But if you want to get rid of the error message, then I'm going to help you with it. And genuinely, the amount of times I actually a pharmacy, there was a pharmacy, and there was a UK company they bought from, and it was the wrong ink. But the name of the printer, there was two different variants from Epson, and one of them had an R on the end, and it looked exactly the same. So aesthetically, it looked exactly the same dimensions and everything. Like literally, there was no hardly any differentiation. But I knew that the one with the R on the end, different codes, very similar, and she couldn't fit it in, and she was arguing with it. They were sending out a solicitor's letter, and I said to her, her name was Leah, and I said, listen, Leah, let me help you out here. I said, I've got multiple monitors in front of me, right? So I said, I'm very blessed with these monitors. I said, let me get up the two printers side by side, and I'm gonna send you an email, and I'm gonna try and really break it down. But I said, I'm telling you now that they've sent out the ink for the one without the R, and you've told me it's with the R. They've just sent out the wrong ink. It's as simple as that. It's not even their fault. And she was like, they're being quite nasty, Charles. And I was like, well, I don't know what to say to you, but you are in the right here because they have made it's clear they're doing something wrong. But also I do have a bit of empathy for them because I kind of learned the hard way, not in terms of sending something out, but in terms of quoting this Epson. I learned the hard way because somebody emailed me back, oh, that's not the ink we use, and I did some research on it. And when I did my research, I was like, oh my God, why would Epson release two printers exactly the same, but one essentially the same one? And obviously there's a reason for it. And I looked at the features and benefits, not features and benefits, the specifications, and I tried to find any differentiation, anything like next to, because I've got two monitors, I've got three monitors, so I put them next to each other. Anyway, I sent a black ink out. I said to her, I'll charge you in 30 days, so you don't have to pay for it straight away, because obviously she's at the top of her tree at this stage. You know, she doesn't want to obviously spend any more, but she needs a black ink. I said, let me send it out. It'll work. It'll be fine. Pay me in 30 days. We'll have a catch up. And anyway, when I call the pharmacy, everyone's like, "Oh, it's Charles, Leah, it's Charles from SOS in Cardiff." And she came on the phone. I was like, "What happened?" She was like, "Oh my God, Charles, thank you so much. They rescinded the solicitor's letter, blah blah blah. You were right and everything." And then fingers crossed, they'll use me forever now. So, yeah, yeah. So it is about, yeah, 100%. And honestly, that type of conversation, I was just really excited to help her. I know it sounds sad, but yeah, I know my stuff. Yeah, 100%. And it's also not like you don't have to be a customer. So like she never bought from me. I'd never spoken to her before. I could have just held it back and waited for her to. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but with me, it's kind of like, no, 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 it's fine. I'll give you all the info. Listen, people take advantage of it. Of course they do. That's just people. But 100%. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, 100%. That it'll take me years to do it. I've been doing this, like I said, since 2009. And when I used to work for a company, they said it would take 3 years to build a customer base, which it did. And I left in 2015, so I left. I was there 6 years. When I set up my own business, I set it up in March 2017, and lo and behold, March 2020 was shaping up to be my best month ever. And then on the 21st of March or whenever it was, the country got. Do you see what I'm saying? So, 100%. So with Ireland, I started in like at the end of the summer in August time, and I spoke to my wholesaler Stephen in Dublin, and I said to him what was his thoughts on how long it would take to build up a good reputation, and without me telling him what I thought, and he said it should take 2 to 3 years, and I was like, yep, we're on the same page. Like I'm literally ready for the next 3 years of tough, and I'm telling you now, genuinely, it is really tough. But I love it. It's weird. Work another day in your life. That's what they say. Yeah. Well, I only made 28 quid yesterday. Well, yeah, that's what they say. I did 11 hours on the phone yesterday. It's the most hours I think I've ever done ever. And I had one order, and it was a small order. I made 28 quid yesterday. No, nothing else. Literally zero else. And I think that's what is making me excited about this opportunity, because it shows that I'm doing the hours without the expectation of the orders. The orders will come when they're ready. You know, it's the effort. Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna. What was your name, by the way? Simone. Could I email this across? Would it be initially? Would it be okay to address it to yourself, Simone? Would that be okay? Perfect. I'm gonna send it over now. Is that okay? Thank you, Simone. Speak to you soon. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hello, Charles speaking. Oh, of course. Is is it the number that I've already called, isn't it? You're the person with Rochelle. Yeah, yeah. No. Oh no, I appreciate it. No, you've already helped me out. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hi, good afternoon, Owen. My name's Charles. I was just speaking with Simone. I was just wondering if she's free. Yeah, what it is, I took down a printer model that she gave me, and I completely forgot to ask if there was a second one. I was chatting away to her, and then I realised I was chatting away. So I wrote down the model that she gave me, but I was just wondering if there was a second model at all, or is it just the one, the M406 she gave me? I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. I should have asked her on the phone. Thank you. Cheers. Oh, fantastic. I just wanted to double check. Thank you, and please pass my thanks on to Simone. I'll send the email through in the next few minutes. Thanks, Owen. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Ah, do you think doctor surgeries are going to be open? They fucking well should be. Yeah, but all those people that they're trying to help become better and they're going to fucking close half day. When I say to block it, oh, right. Okay. Come on, Charles. You can do it. Being cute. Right, so did we go to the end? Yeah. So 133. 134. 135. 136. 137. Okay, so 133. We're in Donegal. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Lauren. Oh, should I try again tomorrow, or would it probably be next week now? Oh yeah, option two. Yeah, of course. My name's Charles. I've spoken to Lauren before, not for a while, but I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but two of my wholesalers are based in Ireland, in in Dublin and in Kildare. But she very kindly gave me permission to pop an email across. I'd been at Letterkenny Medics. But this gone back quite a while back. It was back in October, about 7 months ago. So this is I don't call back very often, as you can kind of tell. So this is me just asking if I could refresh the emails really, with my contact details and my prices. But I always like to ask first, if that makes sense. Would that be okay? Yeah, it's up to you. What do you think is best? Yeah, I've got. I don't think I've got. Yeah, they had an option on there. Option two was Donegal Town. Yeah, should I hang up and try again? Yeah, perfect. I'll do that. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Lauren. Oh, hi, Lauren. You might not remember me because it was quite some time ago. It was back in September. I think it was September. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. You've Yeah, don't ask how I am because I might tell the truth and then I'll start crying down the phone. Um, it's, it's I'm heavy. I have this saying. Oh, it's not my saying actually. Actually, I said the saying and somebody said to me Hamlet and I was like, what? And they were like, that's where the saying comes from. I was like, all right. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. That's my saying or Hamlet saying. It's my choice you know, to do what I do. So. When it goes well, I take all the plaudits, and when it doesn't go well, then I just have to crack on and not feel sorry for myself. But um, but I'm still here, kicking and screaming. Yeah, we haven't spoken actually. I looked at my emails as I was on hold, and normally, by the way, I have you've broken my rule because I have a rule that I stay on hold for 2 minutes. And because I called option one, the lady said, "Oh, call back and press option two." And because the woman kept saying, "You're next in line," and I thought, Charles, do you know what? 4 minutes, and then that's it. That's all she's having, 4 minutes. And then you actually answered on 4 minutes. I'm not joking. I was literally, I heard you because I thought to myself, it's either going to be your voice or it's going to be the woman's voice telling me I'm first in line. And I thought, if it's her voice, I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to go on to my next call. So you actually broke one of my 2 minute rules. But no, it was that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, because you got to think to yourself when I make calls in certain sectors, some sectors they answer the phone straight away. So you got to imagine 2 minutes. So I have a rule. The rule is to keep it ringing for 45 seconds. But I do a bit of business with McDonald's, for example, and I do a minute. And there's a group of McDonald's in London. They're literally in central London, and they're honestly, I'm not joking. I've done this. This is my eighth year by myself, and I was calling them when I first started, and I couldn't get hold of anyone genuinely. So I called these McDonald's in central London on my spreadsheet, and I was laughing to myself, going, I'm not going to ever get hold of anyone ever in these McDonald's. I'm going to have to go down there and actually say, "Where's your business manager?" And the God's honest truth, it happened on Saturday, I think, and it was really quite late. It was like 8 o'clock in the evening, and it went for a minute, and I was about to hang up, and this woman answered, and I was like, "Oh, I was just looking for the business manager." And she went, "That's me." Anyway, we ended up having a really good chat, and at the end of the call, I said to her, because she said she was going to consider using me, she said that literally in a couple of months or something, and I said to her, "I'll tell you what, I'll do you a deal. If you can remember my name and you order a toner, I'll give you one for free." And she went, and straight away she went, "Charles, I went, you remember my name?" She went, "Yeah, you said it twice." She said, "Right at the beginning and in the middle." She said, "I was listening." I was like, "No." I said, "I'm not." I said, "I'll quote you, but I'm not putting what I said on the email." She went, "It doesn't matter. I'm going to hold you to it." And she also said she's the favorite business manager from the franchise owner. So the franchise owner obviously owns like all these McDonald's. And she said, "I'm the youngest franchise owner, the youngest business manager, and I'm also the favorite." I said, yeah, whatever. I'm sure. She did as well. She's the sort of person that everyone probably says that in front of her face, but behind her back. And I told her as well. I said, by the way, when you leave the room, I bet you're the one everyone talks about. And she said, honestly, Charles, she said, I'll put your foot in the door with all the others. I'll send an email out to all the others. And normally I'm like, you don't have to do that, but because these people don't answer the phones, I'm really like, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I would, because I can't get hold of anyone else. So so it is interesting. I've got these little rules in place, and I definitely, yeah, because uh, what in business, or do you mean patience? Are you talking about? Well, patience is patience. They need. Uh, yeah, but business. Are you telling me people stay on hold business wise for how long? No. What you can see how long people are on hold for on your system. Yeah, yeah. 5-0. Uh, see for me, yeah. So for me, I've been doing cold calling for 20 years, and for me, it's the best and the worst sectors. The best and the worst sector is education, because but it does go through the options initially. Press one for if your child's ill, and press two for the kitchen, press three for the office. So it does go through a little mini menu, but by and large, they're on lease contracts. So they'll say, "Oh, we're on a lease, we're not interested." So if I do I call them power hours. So if I do one full hour, and then in that hour, if I do 40 calls, that's really bad. It means I haven't spoken to anyone. And then I do some sectors where I could make 10 calls in the hour, and the reason is I've done 10 quotes. I've had really good conversation after really good conversation. So for me, it's about putting those little rules in place, and also knowing your expectations. So when I do education, I know I'm going to get my butt kicked the whole hour. I might get one person. I'll give you an example. I've been doing credit unions in Ireland. Yeah, been getting my butt kicked. They barely answer the phone, and then when they do, they're on a lease. But I have been. I got my last call of the hour just a few minutes ago, one in Dublin, and she was really happy to hear from me as well. She was like, "Oh my God, yeah, send over an email." I'm thinking, for the last 59 minutes, I've been getting my butt kicked. But I think that's what it's about. It's just about, yeah, it's a one positive. Yeah, I called back a surgery. Been calling people back after 7, 8 months. October's genuinely like 7 months ago. It might even be longer. It is crazy. It doesn't even feel like it is, but it really is on the calendar. And I called this one woman back in Galway, and I'm doing business now in Ireland because I can say Donegal with confidence. In October I couldn't say it with confidence, but I called her back on Wednesday. I called her back after, like, in October, and she answered the phone. Her name's Nora, and they put me through, and I said, "Hi, Nora, it's Charles. You probably don't remember me." She went, "Charles, I was going to call you today." I was like, "Nora, whatever." Do you know what I mean? I'm calling you back after like 8 months. I've got She's like, "I was coming back today," and I was like, "No." She's like, "No, I was really, really," and I was like, "No, come on now, I said, "It's not, I have such bad timing." I said, "I was told off 10 minutes ago by a receptionist that said, 'Send me an email. I'm too busy for this. I've got a queue full of patients. Send me an email.'" And I don't, and I only speak to people very infrequently, like every 6 months, every 9 months, sometimes once a year. Like, genuinely, I very rarely call. So normally people hear my voice and straight away they get their backs up, and I'm like, "Calm down. I don't call very often. Just chill." Um, it's not exactly 100%, but we know that she was like, "Charles, listen, I'll have four drums for the brother printer. No, I'll have four toners and three drums." And I was like, "Oh, so you did want to place an order?" She was like, "Yeah, can you get them out for tomorrow?" I was like, "I'm called SOS. Of course I can." And then DPD didn't deliver because the surgery was closed for lunch. It is, yeah, but she's okay with it. She's cool with it because, yeah, it's not too bad because they missed the delivery, and then DPD said today that the business was closed until Tuesday. So I called her up, and I spoke to the receptionist. They're like, "No, we're not closed. We're open." So I went back to my wholesaler. I was like, "Can you please let DPD know?" I don't know where they get their information from, but they are open, and then they're going to try again tomorrow. But the point being, you make your own luck in life, Lauren. I think anyway. Especially in my world, I can make 100 calls. I can have loads of good conversations, but I got a new GP surgery this morning actually, and the woman ordered a black toner. You know, it's one of these things that I've just got to keep going. Remember, 3 years. That's what I've got to do. The wholesaler said 3 years of constant work, and you should develop a reputation. Hopefully, a good one. So yeah, yeah. It's wow, wow. Do you know what? I've got a map of Ireland. I've got a map of the UK. Yeah, no, I've got a map of the UK. I love postcodes in Ireland. Yeah, in Ireland, you're not too fussed about postcodes. I've heard about this air code malarkey, but in the UK, it's a big thing, postcode. So I've got a massive map, a huge map of and Northern Ireland BT postcode. They've also put the counties of Ireland in there. So I've got a map. So I know I can see you on the map in Letterkenny. So are you you said people are traveling an hour. Are they coming from is it Lifford? That's on the border of is it the other way, Dunglow? Creslow I've got. Oh, Donegal town. Is that in Donegal? Donegal, yeah, the actual place, Donegal. And then Letterkenny. Oh, that's quite far away, Letterkenny and Donegal. Is it? Yeah, 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 yeah. So yeah, I think if I'm going to be honest, and I'm not genuinely, I'm not just saying this to say it, but I've spoken to everybody. I've since we spoke in October, I've quoted 750 surgeries. So there's 1,500 on my list, and I've quoted half of them. It sounds amazing, but it's tough. You know, it's not. It is what it is. But in the counties, there's one or two particular counties where the overriding energy that I get they can be quite rude. And then there's a couple of counties where the overriding energy I get is really nice. And I'm not just saying this to say it, but Donegal is one of them. So I have I have GP surgery in Donegal. I have a couple of pharmacies, and I also have a nursing home as well. Um, and I do quite well. And I'm trying to get my foot in the door with. I got my foot in the door with a number of Specsavers in Ireland, and I'm trying to get in with one in Donegal as well. So that area, I don't know why, but it people are just really nice. I know it sounds like I'm just saying it genuinely, but there are other counties that they're the same. I've noticed it might be the smaller counties that are a little bit nicer. I don't know, because Sligo, I'll be honest with you, they're very abrupt in Sligo. Like yeah, 100%. Like I'm not even joking. Like literally, nearly all the GP surgeries I spoke to in a row, like for a whole hour, they were like post, 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 post. Like literally, send it in the post, send it in the post, send it in the post. Like not even an email. But then Dublin is really fast paced. Dublin is very much like bing bang bosh, like which is good because I've got business in Dublin and that's fine. But for me, I'm trying to build a reputation where people it's a personable service. So when you buy a toner, it can be like you have an issue with the drum light. Flashing after you change the drum, so it says reset drum, for example. I'm saying to people, okay, when that happens, let me know, and I'll teach you how to reset it. Yeah, 100%. You can't get that on a website. Like, I hope I never have a website, which I know in 2025 is one of the craziest things ever in business. But I do quite well. It does. It does. I argue with people all the time. My family, my friends, they think I'm crazy. Even my wholesaler. We're currently WhatsApping each other now, nearly having a row over it. He's like, Charles, you'll honestly, he's like, you need. He's not that, but like we get along quite well. So we banter back and forth. He's telling me about you need to do AI or get a website and do this and do that. And then he even sent me a screenshot of new business versus retention, like some sort of article to prove his point. And I said to him because the writing was so small, I had to zoom in. And I said, Stephen, it's written in Gaelic. I can't read it. I'm gonna have to crack back on the phones. He thinks I'm crazy to do cold calling. He's like, you don't need to work this hard. I'm like, I'm good. I enjoy it. You know. Yeah, it's because they think everyone's just going to come on the website. But the thing is, for me, like with your brother printer, just as an example, if you go onto the website, you might order the wrong thing, or you might. Does that make sense? Yeah, 100%. And nobody's going to ring you and tell you, or you might make a mistake or something, and then you can't send it back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and it's expensive. It's not €5. It's like you said, it's 50. So something like that, right? If it was a customer's fault for me, I've had it with people already, and I'm just like, don't worry about it. And they're like, and I've got this one surgery. She's one of my favorites already. Her name's Ina. Honestly, she's one of my favorites. I think that we get along really well. And she opened up the. I said to her, just I'll send them out again. We didn't even know what was going on, but I said, let me just send them out, get the printer up and running. Once the printer's up and running, you can make clearer, calmer decisions. I said at the moment we're just like all over the place. I said let me just figure it out and then get them out to you, and then we'll figure it out. Do you know what? She had two toners off me. I haven't even invoiced her for it, and I'm sure it's nearly been a month since we've spoken. But she goes on holiday often. She's always on holiday. So when she comes back off holiday, she'll ring me or email me, and I'll say, the reason you're on holiday is because of the toner savings that I've been making you for the last 6 months. So it's about relationship, Lauren. I don't think anyone can tell me any different. But obviously, like you said about websites, there are websites, 123.ie, that all over their website. They service 400,000 customers. They're the biggest company in Ireland, etc., etc. And then I go on there. I went on there last year to double check on my pricing just to make sure it was in line with theirs. And lo and behold, and this is actually to specific to your printer, my toner drum, the toner and the drum has not changed. The standard toner €40, the high capacity 60, and the drum is 60 hasn't changed, right, in 6 months. Now I went onto their website just to double check. They've increased the price of their toners and they've increased their drum to 80. Now I know honestly it's on there right now, right, 80. And I was looking at it and I was thinking, I'm not going to change my price. And obviously, I'm having an internal conversation with myself, because the other side is like, Charles, just do it 70. It's still €10 cheaper. And then I said, well, yeah, but if I do it at 70, what if they go down to 65? I don't know their system. There might be a reason why they've gone to 80. They could be an algorithm or something like that. There might be stock levels might be high. The buy price might be high in that particular stock. So when they got new stock at a lower price, it's obviously based on a system. So maybe the system obviously dictates the price. And I just looked at it and I thought, you know what, Charles, leave them to it. If they want to charge whatever they charge, it's nothing to do with me, nothing to do with my business. What I will do is I will do a fair price, and I will keep it the same. And then when a surgery orders at 60 for a drum, 6 months later, they'll just say, "Can I please have a drum?" They won't even mention the price, Lauren. It's already pre-agreed, if that makes sense. You know, but I appreciate it. Coming back to yourself, could I? The only reason that I called you, I was going to ask, could I get permission to pop you another email to the admin at Letterkenny Medic? Would that be okay with yourself? Yeah, 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 yeah. It must be the same toners that fit in both printers. Do you know the model by any chance? No, 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 no. That's a little color. Yeah, yeah, 100%. It's one that people throw against the wall when they're fed up of it. It takes a black and a tricolor, so the color is in one little cartridge. Um, so what's you just have to take my word for it. So yeah, so basically, just to give you a quick heads up on this one, for many years, HP do a subscription service, HP Plus, and they locked the printers in. Yeah, so they locked the printers in for years. They basically give them out for free, or they put them on a 6 month subscription for free. They basically just give them out for nothing, and then they just lock the inks. So when you change the inks, you can't use the non-original ink because it's locked. Well, what's happened recently, literally this month, is quite exciting from in my world anyway. Any HP desktop printers like OfficeJet Pros, or like you said, DeskJet, Envy, things like that. Anything that ends in the letter E, OfficeJet Pro as well is another one. I could never even, no point even quoting for it because you can't override anything. But recently, there's been a huge change where the inks now can work. I had a McDonald's that ordered for the first time, new customer, and he received it, and he said, "Charles, it works fine, but I did get an email from HP," and I said, "Oh no." Did they tell you off? And they were like, yep, they told me off. Are you aware you're using, I think they've got to be careful with their wording because it quite often it goes to court a lot. There's a case in America and it's been going to court since the 70s. It's like a competition court and they just move it court to court like across the states, United States. And it's a company called Static Control. It's actually online. It's called Static Control versus Lexmark. It's a full-on. They should make it into a Netflix series. I reckon there's honestly it's been going on for like 30 years. And Static Control are the ones that do the chips on the brother toners. They look like SIM cards. And Lexmark are the manufacturer, obviously printing manufacturer. And Static was saying that it's unfair that Lexmark control the market of what consumables go inside their printers. And Static Control obviously make, I say obviously, like everyone knows who Static Control are, but they make, all of the manufacturer chips. And anyway, this court case has been going on. I remember starting in 2009, and it was a big thing back then. And I think it started in the 80s, 80s or 90s, I think. And it's still going on to this day because whenever they win, I think Lex might put an injunction. I don't know how it works, and they go to a different state, and then they start the whole palaver again. It could take like 5 years again, and delays and everything. So but it is true. It's one of these the manufacturer. They make the printers, and they don't make money on their printers. They make the huge amount of money on consumables, but they make their printers in a way where they make it difficult for you can call them what you want, third party, non-original, what have you, and they make it difficult for them to work. So that's where I come in, and I'm like, okay, listen, this printer model, the HL-L 5100, you're not going to have a problem. You give me another printer like the DeskJet, and I'll be like, listen, they've only just come on the market. Let's see if they work first, and then let's take it from there. So I'm very upfront with things because I know about everything, all the updates, all the newsletters. Oh, it's sad, Lauren. I do overknow it 100%. Yeah, I do. I do. I called the pharmacy up the other month, and she was having a problem with the UK company. They were sending her a solicitor's letter because of an Epson ink that wouldn't fit in the printer. She was saying it wouldn't fit, and they said, no, no, it's the right ink, it's the right printer. You've given us the model. Basically, her model had the letter R on the end. And aesthetically, the two printers were the same. And I have multiple monitors. I have sometimes up to three monitors on my desk. And I said, right, Leah, let me get up my monitors, and I'll try and find out what's going on. I brought them up and I said, "Do you know what? The one with the letter R, which was hers, I said it is a different ink code." She was like, "You're joking." I said, "Let me send it all over to you. I'll even show you where to go on the Epson official website. I'll even give you all the ink codes." And she needed a black because obviously the black didn't work on hers, and she was quite stressed out, quite frazzled because they were constantly on calling her to pay this invoice, and she knew she shouldn't pay it because it didn't fit. And anyway, I said, "Let me send out the black for you, but I will not invoice you for 30 days. Give it time to calm down." And genuinely, when I call that pharmacy now and I called them up for payment, or I called them up to double check everything was okay, she told me, she said, "Charles, you've done it. We sent an email to them. We let them know, and they backed down." And I was like, "You remember, I'm a Welsh knight in shining armor, Leah." And she was like, "You are King Charles." I was like, "Literally, you are known here in this pharmacy as King Charles." So genuinely, you're saying about over knowing things. I probably do, and most of the time I don't. Yeah, well, in situations like that, I can just be like, "Be my boss. This is what you need to do." Like, yeah. Or I can tell when something's wrong, when something's not quite right. When people say, "Oh, I've put the drum in," and a week later it says reset drum, and I'm like, "Yeah, you just need to reset it." And they're like, "Well, how do I do that?" And then I teach them, and they override it, and they go on with the rest of the day. 100%. Where some people, if they don't know how to reset drum, they go and buy a new drum. Yeah. I'm the same. Yeah. I can be a video engineer. Yeah. 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 No, but also when you 100%, and when you said that you've hit the on the head. So when you say about panic, so this is what happens. Say you tried me out for a drum, for example, and then it said reset drum like a week later, and that doctor comes out and is all like that. What a lot of times happens when people don't have patience is that they'll blame that on me because of non-original. So they'll blame it on that. So when I call, say like 6 months later, or I'll call at Christmas, they'll say, "Oh, Charles, we did give it a go, the drum, but it just had an error message, and we just went back to the originals." Honestly, this happens to me so often. And then I say, "Well, if you'd have told me, I would have showed you how to do it." "No, no, no, we're fine now. The doctor said no. We've had issues in the past, blah blah blah." And I just say, "Okay, no problem." But when people give me the time and the patience and just a little bit of space, like just a little bit of like, I had a Specsavers optician yesterday in Liverpool, and she just emailed me an issue. I emailed her back literally within a minute of her, or within a couple of minutes of her emailing me, and I asked her for this, this, and this. Let's get to the bottom of it. She hasn't emailed me back, and I know she hasn't because she's busy, but she knows that I'm there. So I'll go as fast or as slow as you need me to. So there's no point me ringing the store and saying, "Is Amy there?" Because I've already emailed her back straight away. So if I call her, she's going to be like, we need to sort it, but I'm so flat out that I haven't yet had a chance to email you back. So for me, it's just about the service, Lauren. It's all about making sure you treat people how you wish to be treated. The price is in a way irrelevant, because as long as if you build up that trust with somebody, you don't even need to be concerned, because you know you're being looked after. That's the difference. You feel like that supplier is looking after you. Therefore, you don't need to question a price, because 100%, because somebody can come in with a cheaper price, and then but being cheaper doesn't equal being better. And I want to be here for genuine. I'm not just saying this. I want to be here for a long, long time. So I'm just like, yep, that's fine. It's cool. Whatever. Like that Nora lady the other day. She needed it the next day. She said she was going to call me. Fantastic. Got the order in. Other people, I'll go as whatever pace you like. I will fit in there. And then I don't have many people rude to me in Ireland compared to the UK, if I'm being honest. I don't have many rude people. But even when I do, I never judge them, because you never know. They might be busy. You said the doctor, 100%. You said the doctor came out and did this and that and the other. Well, imagine then if you're a bit frazzled at your desk, and then you've got a queue full of patients, and then I call about ink, and you're like, you've got three boxes in the cupboard, and you know you don't need anything for 3 months. You might be a bit short with me, but I don't. I try not to judge, because I always think to myself there could be other things at play, and when you don't know me, I don't know you, and you don't know me. Therefore, how can I take it personal if you're being rude to me? You know, 100%. Like now. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's like waiting 4 minutes. You felt sorry for me. Right. Let me wrap this up. Admin at Letterkenny Medics, is that the best email? Yeah. Dot e perfect. The name of the printer. I've got the desk right now. I've got the brother. Can I send it across again? Would that be okay? You did say yes, didn't you? I'm sure you did agree. Perfect. In terms of touching base again, we did do something similar in October. I don't know if you remember, but I did do a follow-up when 4 weeks later. Can I do something similar? It doesn't need to be 4 weeks. It could be any time of weeks. But what would you suggest? Would you say a couple, like when do you think you next might be likely to need something? That is the best question, really. Yeah, 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 yeah. Is that maybe 12 weeks? I don't know if it is 12 weeks, but what about, so but have they got the brother one in Letterkenny? You're in Donegal Town, so you got the dash. Have you got a brother there? Okay, You did, yeah. Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah, but you did have a lot. So if the person I spoke to in Letterkenny, they said to call this one. I spoke to a lady for only for a few minutes, but I did introduce myself and everything. When I send over this email, is there any way, obviously, like you said, if you're waiting one day, week, etc., could you pass it on? Would that be okay? Oh, fantastic, brilliant. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, no. I appreciate it. I'll put it in my notes. What was her name, the lady? So I'll put also Josephine. Yeah, yeah. Should I address it to both of you? Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, but the next one won't be for a long time. It'll be in 12 weeks. So, by that point, loads of things could have changed by that point. But I definitely think in 12 weeks could be good because it means I'm just touching base with you. You're not on a mailer. It is individual. So in 12 weeks, it'll pop up. And then it's up to me then to make that call again. But I think I really appreciate that. And listen, let me let you go because I had a small lunch break earlier as well. I've been on the phone since 6 a.m. this morning. I've been basically killing myself. But yeah, it's not even funny. But I basically had a bit of a lunch break that I had, and I ended up speaking to people on it, and it took my whole lunch break. So I know how that feels. So thank you for your time. Do you really? Oh my gosh! Listen, I, that's exactly what I did. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, it's because I left. It's because you broke my rule. You broke my rule, Lauren. That's your fault. You broke my rule. I should have hung up after 2 minutes. You would have had a full lunch and everything. But I really appreciate your time, genuinely, and thank you so much for remembering me. But I'll send you the email now, and you have a lovely afternoon. And if there's anything I can do for you, Josephine, just listen. I've got a Dublin number now as well. Just let me know, and we'll just take it from there. And best of luck in college, and fingers crossed. I know it's very unlikely we'll speak again for a long time, but I wish you the best of luck, and thank you so much for everything. Much appreciated. Have a lovely afternoon. No, not at all. Thank you. Cheers, Lauren. Ta now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. What's going on, bro?
What's going on, man?
No, you just took up a whole lunch break.
Yeah.
She goes, patience to be here in 5 minutes. Got to stuff my face. I was like, I literally had half an hour to myself when I left. I was about to leave the house at 12:05, and Lindsay came out the bathroom, and then we had a chat for like 15 minutes, and then
Yeah.
and then I was like, oh my god, I gotta go. And then I arrived in the building at like 12:32, and I was thinking, oh, if I set up my desk now or whatever, I'll have 20 minutes.
Yeah.
12:40 to 1, and then I ended up speaking to Vic on reception, and trying to obviously I got the fob and the
Yeah.
weekend, and because they're not here Friday and they're not here Monday, and she's allowed
Oh,
to
yeah.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm like, we're chatting. I'm not going to cut it short. Do you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Anyway, we ended up speaking for ages. Oh, 2 seconds, bro. I got a call. Hang on.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, Charles speaking. How you doing, mate? Yeah, I'm not excited about hearing your voice. Is everything okay? Oh, perfect. Is the printer okay? Oh, don't scare me, mate. Well, when did you ring me? You didn't call me. Mate, I've had no. Oh, mate, when I'm working from home and I'm connected to Wi-Fi, this phone, I swear to God, when I'm in the house and it's connected to Wi-Fi, no calls come through my phone. When I connect it to 4G and turn the Wi-Fi off my phone, it works fine. So when you called me earlier, did it go to voicemail? Maybe, possibly. No, no, it's fine. Yeah, go on. No worries. What you after? Okay, okay. Bear with me. What are you thinking? I've got okay. I've got already in mind. I've got the perfect printer because I supply this particular brother printer, like literally, not even joking. I supply it all the time now. So I need to clarify a couple of things. Have you got any issues with dimensions? Okay. No, no, no. Well, it's okay. Do you need it to be multifunction? Do you need it to copy and scan? Okay, because that's what increases the dimensions. So I'll bear with me 2 seconds. So it'll be. Let me give you the dimensions of the one that I want to recommend straight off the bat. It's also got a cashback offer directly with Brother. It'll be a Brother printer. But I really, genuinely, I rate it. I think you'll get along with it quite well. I'm going to do the one with. If you remember to do the cashback, it should be about 100 quid. It's either going to be 75 or 100 quid. But let me give you the one for 75 quid first, because then at least it's about. Go on. Right. Right, so here we go. I'll give you the dimensions now. So the physical dimensions. So the here we go. So it's four. It's in millimeters. Okay. So it's 435 width, 526 millimeters depth, and 539 millimeters height. But bearing in mind, you're going to have to also lift up the top as well to possibly. No, I don't. Yeah, yeah. You have to lift it up to obviously scan. Give me 2 seconds. Let me write down the dimensions. Let me get your other one up. Because the problem is with your other one, it's apples and oranges. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's well, I don't know the HP. Let me I'll bring up your other one. Bear me 2 seconds, mate. Hang on, Dream. No, hang on. Do you know what? Actually, you might bring up a point. Let me add to compare products. Do you know what, mate? I might be able to. If you give me 2 seconds, I should be able to bring one up next to the other. Right. So the other one, the one that you have, the dimensions are 420 millimeter width. I'm sure the other one was slightly bigger. 390 millimeter depth, and the height is 323. So obviously this one is five something, wasn't it, for the height? So yeah, so that's the point. So that's the point. You have two different types of toner to go for. You have a standard capacity and a high capacity. Okay. I obviously recommend the high capacity because that'll be the best value for money. But bearing in mind, there is the standard there as well if money's a bit tight or whatever, you know. But anyway, the standard black is 3,000 and the high capacity black is 6.5. The standard colors are 1.8 and the high capacity are 4. So it's basically slightly double on the black and slightly under double on the color. And just to give you an idea, your toner, I'm pretty certain is 10K, 9.5K. So your black for the HP is 9.5 for the high capacity and 2.9, call it 3 for the standard. But you'd probably always buy the high for the HP. But yeah, so it's I would recommend the 6.5 black and the 4K colors, the high capacity colors. But then again, like I said, you might order a full set of colors, and if I'm going to be honest with you, mate, they might last a whole year. They might last longer. So you might want to maybe go for the standards in the future if you want to you save money with the high capacities. Give me 2 seconds. Bear with me. Hang on. Right, so I want to give you the standards first. I think the standards are 40 and the high capacity is here we go. Perfect. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, perfect. I was right. Okay. So the standards are 40. So that's black, blue, yellow, pink, 40 each. The high capacity, the black is only £10 more. That's obviously why it's much better value for money. The high capacity black is 50, but the colors are 60. So the colors are, I don't know what the wording is, but they're 50% more, but you get double the pages. So they're an extra 20 quid each, but you get double the pages. The printer itself as well. Give me 2 seconds. Do you want the price of the printer as well? Give me 2 seconds. It also, just to let you know, the one I recommend, I don't know if this will suit you, but it does duplex, so it gives you the ability to print on both sides, and it's also wireless as well. Is that what you need as well? Okay, so give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to bring it off. I basically price it the same as on Brothers website. So give me 2 seconds, because just make sure they haven't changed their price. I literally sold it like last week. I sell it literally all the time. They haven't discontinued it. I personally think it's a brilliant printer. Give me 2 seconds. This is the one with £75 cash, right? So on the Brother website it's 419. So that's what I charge, 419. Um, Now it comes. Yeah, so it comes with starter ink. As you always know, I call it stingy ink because that's what it is. It does come with some ink, but they're standard toners. So I always recommend you go with a full set, whether it be standard or whether it be high. Um, if you want to keep the cost low initially, then maybe get a full set of standards. But if you want to go for the longevity of the high capacity, because once you get rid of the standards in the printer, you'll obviously be putting the high capacity in there. But I always recommend getting at least one set. I never recommend getting two because you don't know, how much or how little you're going to use it. What's the business do then, James? Okay, so yeah, I think this printer will you'll be very happy with that. That's what I think. The build quality wise, I think it should last. I believe it should last a good 5 years. I'd be surprised if you needed a printer within those 5 years. People are saying that after three to 5 years. I think it should last closer to five. So I don't think you need to worry about it after you buy it. You know. Um, do you want me to what do you want me to do? Do you want me to send you the info or what? Yeah, there's no rush, mate. And 60 for the color and high. Colors do 4K, black does 6.5. Do 4K. Four. Four. Black, cyan, yellow, magenta. So black, blue, yellow, pink. Yeah, but I said to you earlier that it might last a year, and then I didn't ask what business you have. Because you're doing that. Well, there you go then. Yeah, there you go. Now, of course, don't get me wrong. I've just reeled all that off the top of my head. But listen, there are printers out there for 200 quid. Do you know what I mean? So you don't, but the reason this is a good deal, I believe, is because of the cashback. So the cashback is with Brother. So if you pay 419, what happens is you register the printer with Brother, and they put cashback in your account within 30 days. And I know it's something that you'll probably forget about or whatever, but it will pop up, and technically that does bring the printer down by 75 quid. Um, there are there's loads of other color laser printers that I could recommend, but it's all about, and you know me, mate, it's all about the page life. So I could recommend a printer for 200 quid, but the toners might be 2,000 pages or 3,000 pages. So in the long run, you're going to end up spending more. And that's why I believe the old rule of thumb that I say to people is the more you spend on a printer, the less you spend on the ink, or the less you spend on a printer, the more you spend on the ink. That's usually the rule of thumb when it comes to printers, you know? It's already, mate. It's already to rock and roll. I'm not even joking, mate. I genuinely, I'm not. I literally recommend it. Like it feels like nearly every day. So I've got a print recommendation email, and I've already got it ready to rock and roll to send to you. So I've got it all there. JR Motor Engineers at Gmail. Yeah, yeah. There's no. Don't rush it. Just come back to me. The delivery because of the bank holiday. Even if you said, Charles, I'll have it today. I've already looked on the they're not open Friday. They're not open Monday, and DPD and Parcel Force and whoever's going to deliver it, they're not open. It won't be delivered till Tuesday anyway. Even if you order it today, so don't rush. There's no rush in mind. All right, Jay. Yeah, no, I mean, and listen, mate. If you can't get hold of me, if I don't call you back within 10 minutes, within an hour, just send me a text or something, mate. Because It does my head in though. The fact that honestly, mate, the amount of missed call, and the thing is, I take it off the Wi-Fi, and then I watch the Champions League on my phone last night, and obviously it's on 4G, and I'll put it back on the Wi-Fi, and then you forget to take it off. It's a bloody nightmare. But have you called my landline number? You have, haven't you? Yeah, mate. My landline number hasn't changed in 8 years, mate. So make sure you keep my landline. You know, if you can't go with the mobile, just call the landline. I'll either answer it or I'll see your missed call. All right, Jane. I'll leave you to it. Have a good afternoon, mate. Speak to you in a bit. Ta-ra, mate. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. What's happening, Brax?
What's happening? What's happening, bro?
What's happening, bro?
Oh, I was tired this morning.
Yeah, I bet you were. I hate you.
Yeah. I hate myself right now.
I hate myself, mate.
Oh, yeah, you sent a couple messages about burnout, and I was like, yeah, fuck me. Fuck me. I always tell myself, if you enjoy what you're doing, there's no such thing as burnout.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, but you're
fucking,
yeah, but
but
you're
I'm getting
not.
burnt out.
No, no, no. But yeah, but you gotta put it into perspective, okay? So I'm doing these hours for a specific reason, and
Yeah,
Lindsay today,
yeah,
and also the woman on reception is like, oh, do you think, do you think it's wise to do that? But my argument
mhm,
is this: when the car is here, I want to be able to look myself in the mirror and say I've left no stone unturned, right?
yep,
Instead of when the car's here and I'm making excuses to the dealership, I'm pretending I'm on holiday, or I'm asking Jansen for money, or I'm trying to get a loan, or I'm trying to do something, and then I have the feeling of regret because I'm thinking I could have done that Saturday, or I could have done that
yeah,
Thursday
yeah,
evening, And don't get me wrong, I this morning I finished at 8:15, and I was just like, I'm just going to take a rest. Initially it didn't work out for me because when I started at 9 or 9:05, I was no 9 o'clock. I think I said I was so bad. It's on the YouTube thing, like I'll probably look back on it in years to come. But at the
mm,
same token, I'm putting myself in a position to win. That's the way I look at
yeah,
it, right? It's
yeah,
not a guarantee I'm going to win. It's not. But with you, it's a similar situation in the sense of you're doing the fucking bad exams, bro. Some people are only doing the bad exams.
yeah. For like 4 months straight. That's it.
That's all they're doing.
Yeah,
They're not even working a side job in a coffee shop or some shit.
yeah,
And you're trying to do that plus what you already do, which already is a substantial amount of work. So if I'm going to be honest with you, bro, um, it is a
yeah.
case of get rich or die trying. I mean, it is for a short period. It is a longer period than me. It is crazy, and I don't know how you do it but I understand how you can do it because I'm battling my body. My
Hmm.
brain is having battles, and I'm just sat here, and there's no guarantee for me. And that's the thing as well, because that's where I think it must help having a payment come through for work, because it must keep you going. Because obviously a big lump sum comes in. I know you're gonna say. I know you're gonna
I
say
don't see the
Because
I don't
Brendan.
see the
Yeah, I know.
money.
Because
The
listen,
money
I
is
know, I know, I
gone
know,
and
I know, I know,
spent.
I know, I know, I know it's gone. The more you make
No,
and the more you
no.
spend.
But
I know,
it
I
is
know.
though. It is. I don't have the guarantee of having a job next week. Just like how if you don't get on the phone, you don't sell ink.
You always
Like
ask
I
me that.
hope that I have a job next week,
Yeah,
but that's the
it's
everyone hopes
based on
that,
other
but
people.
that's not how this job works.
It's based on other people as well. Other people are in control of you because they can make decisions, financial decisions that can impact you and your business
Yeah.
and your life. Sorry, they can make business decisions that could impact you. But the thing for me is right is taking the emotion out
Hmm.
and being
It's emotionless. Just
emotionless, being factual,
yeah.
and learning your statistics, learning your numbers. That is the thing for me. So for me, for example, I have got to continuously battle myself. For example, I got a GP surgery order, one black toner this morning, right?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the email and I'm going, this is what it's about. Now I went to my new customer data data uh, for Ireland
Hmm.
this year. Okay. I always used to say £30 was my average profit for a new customer. Braxton, as few customers as I have, they're running at something like £130 average profit per order. They're running at higher than my retention
Wow.
in Ireland.
Yeah.
So the money is there. your question was always when I was having a bad day, a bad week, or whatever. You'd always just say, "Yeah, but how many hours on the phone have you done?"
Hmm.
This is the most consistent I've been for a long, long time.
For
So
years.
I
Yeah.
100% for years. I mean, I would argue I've been consistent. Yeah, for a couple of weeks. There was 1 month in Aberystwyth when I stayed away. That whole
Hmm.
month in that attic room, I did a minimum of I think I started at 9 till 6 every day, and I didn't move from my desk until 6. Leah picked me up with Lindsay at 6 o'clock every day, and I
Hmm.
remember very vividly like that was a tough month, and I have had sporadic months or weeks, where I have smashed it. But this is taking it to a whole another level.
Yeah. Yeah.
11 is usually followed by either nothing or four or
Right.
six. Like a good day is six. So 11 is normally followed by four.
Hmm.
It's historically has always been the case. If I go above and beyond one day, the next day, and I get it
Yeah.
because I looked at that bed and I was like, I'm going to just have a quick break. And then you can only imagine when I woke up at 9, I was just like, I just want to go to sleep.
Yeah.
I just want to go to sleep. And then I thought to myself, when I'm sat in that car and I have no office to go to because this is going to be fucked up. There's no doubt in my mind that I'm going to fuck this shit up and not be invited back again. But I know that I'm going to be in that car. I'm going to be like, right, Charles. There's a PowerPoint in the back seat, so you've got power. I've printed off a list on paper, printed off a list of people to call.
Yep.
I've got the app that I can make UK calls. I've got the app that I can make Ireland calls. Old school. Right, let's park up by Cardiff Bay and let's have a lovely view for the day, and let's do a couple of hours on the phones.
Yeah.
Because having a Regis office was never part of the plan. As
Hmm.
lovely, as lovely as this office is, as lovely as having that on the wall,
Yeah.
even though that fucking
Enjoy
can't,
it. Enjoy it while you have it.
lovely. Yeah, enjoy it
Yeah.
while I have it. I've got it till the end of next week, and that's if I'm fucking lucky. Because that motherfucker's going to be coming for the fucking deposit and shit. He's going to be like, "Well, Charles, the deposit,
Yeah.
So to be honest with
Yeah.
you, I'm less go out of motherfucking hoe,
Let's
and
go.
you should never um wish for something more than you should work for it, and that's the case with you.
Yeah.
There's going to be people out there when you're earning 2 million a year, 3 million a year, and you're working less hours than when,
Hmm.
when you were making 100 grand a year. When you start making good money, 200, 300, you're going to be working less hours and you're going to be
Yeah.
on 10 times the money. And people are going
Yeah.
to say, what they're going to say, you're lucky.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to say. And who gives a fuck what they say? Because I know you
Yeah.
don't. But I'm
Yeah.
saying, like, that's what they're going to say. They're going to say you're lucky. They're going to say
Yeah.
you're lucky. Uh,
But it comes from the years of grinding, years doing it,
Luck,
just like
luck
you're doing.
doesn't luck. Yeah, luck
Yeah.
doesn't exist. That woman yesterday that answered the phone that said, "Charles, you called me at the perfect time." That
Mhm.
wasn't luck.
Yeah.
I called fucking 50 people before her. That told me it wasn't the
Yeah.
right time. I could have
Yeah.
given up.
Right.
How many times have you heard me say the last call of the hour, and I've gone the last call of the hour? You know that call that I just did, the that you heard me do the GP surgery when you come in
Hmm.
and I was on the phone, right?
Yeah.
I normally wait 2 minutes for GP surgeries. I give them 2 minutes. I normally give her 45 seconds. Lately, I've been giving a minute to McDonald's, before they answer. But with GP
Yeah.
surgeries, I give 2 minutes, right? And the woman that I initially spoke to, she said she's in another GP surgery. So I knew she was there, and the automated message kept saying, "You're next in line." So I thought, okay. So it went to 2 minutes, and I thought, do you know what? Give it four. And I was committed to four. And I was doing a bit and bob at 3 minutes come, 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes, 45 seconds. The automated woman come on and said, "You're first in line." I was like, "You're a fucking liar," because no one's answered the phone. And then literally it went to four. I went to hang up and she answered. And then it ended up being a 36-minute conversation. The point I'm trying to make is, you know, you, you've, it's like what Eric Thomas said. It's the fourth quarter.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
it's not. It's when you're not excited. It's when the results are not guaranteed. It's when things are not going your way. It's how good are you at your job then when everything is falling apart, when your personal life is falling apart and your physical body is falling apart, and everyone's telling you you're crazy, and everyone's saying that you're nuts and everything like that. Where are you then? You know? And I'll tell you what I am. I'm here making fucking calls and I'm going to be doing this until this fucking car arrives. This car is going to arrive in this country on Saturday, the 3rd of May, and I want to be in a position to be like, okay, I don't have the money for it, but 14 days is the earliest it'll come, 21 days is the latest it'll come, but it's fucking
Hmm.
here. And this car, I keep saying to Lindsay, Lindsay was like, you're probably doing too much. And I'm like, no, do you know what? This car's like this, Brax. It's in the sea right now. The ship is doing this in the sea.
Hmm.
On the map, you'd just see. But it's coming.
Yeah.
Might not be like a plane, you know, but it's
Yeah.
coming. The ship is coming. It's
Yeah.
gonna be here, bro.
It's gonna be.
And I got to be ready for it. One thing I will say, is I am gonna work until 7:30. I am gonna try and do 11 hours if I can. I'm gonna work till 7:30, and then I'm gonna make myself a microwave meal. I'm gonna sit at my desk, try and get prepped for tomorrow, etc. And then I'm gonna try and leave at 8. Because when I come into the house, everything was all over the place. The girls were changing rooms and everything, and Tyler was in the room with Nico. Nico was under the stairs. They've made it under the stairs a nice place for him. And then Nico came upstairs with me in the bed, and I was up in bed from like 8:30. I think I got back. I was in the bed watching Real Madrid Arsenal on the iPad. Nico was next to me, and we were just chilling. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to push it with the admin stuff, because with the admin stuff, I feel like it is needed, but I think the hours on the phone is where the most of my energy needs to go. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's like I'm going to
Yeah.
push myself to the limit on the phones, but then when I reach the limit, which is probably like 10, 11 hours, I think I'm going to hold back. I'm going to pull back, and I'm going to be like, okay, there's no point doing another 2 hours of admin, because I still do have them at home, and it is the Easter break and everything like that. So the you know, and I want to be on the phones again in the morning.
Yeah.
I want to be on the phones in the morning. I don't know, between 6 and 7 is actually some of the best results I get. But if I'm being honest with you, I am also cautious, because I did 6 till 7, 7 till 8, and then I struggled 8 till 9, and I'm wondering if I should do 7 till 8, 8 till 9, and then get on it straight away, or whether I should do 6 till 7, 7 till 8, and maybe I should have a break for 30 minutes, like a rest for 30 minutes. I don't know how the body is with that, if I'm being honest, with the
Yeah.
reaction. I'm not sure. Um, But yeah, my game plan is solid, man. I'm really loving it. I text you about it, man. At any given moment in the day, I know exactly where I need to be and what I should be doing. I'm on it.
Yeah.
I'm on it, bro.
Yep. You are. You just gotta keep going. Keep doing all this time that you have in the office right now. You just gotta maximize all the potential. Get those hours in.
Get those hours and get it done. Tomorrow is a bank holiday in the UK. So Northern Ireland, Scotland, England, and Wales. But in Ireland, it's not a bank holiday. But everyone's going home half day,
Huh.
and the banks are closed.
Yeah.
Why don't they just have a bank holiday? So the whole
Um,
country's having a half a day. I'm just like, why not make it official?
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's weird. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I don't know what my game plan is. I'm going to have to do a bit of research on it. Are you watching those fucking New York bar videos?
Yeah. Can you hear it?
It must be doing your nutting, mate.
Yeah. I sent you a picture actually of what I had to do last night.
Oh, did you?
Fucking ridiculous. The whole list of different courses that I've had to take since most of them are since Friday. It's crazy.
I'll have a look now.
And I still have one today, two more tomorrow, and then three next week.
Fuck. And what's this for? Why do you have to do this?
Continuing education requirements. For Washington, D.C., I don't have to, but for New York, I do. And the deadline is supposed to be my birthday in July. But
The guy
during the,
you said,
yeah, but they
changed
changed,
it.
for the first couple of years, they changed it to yesterday. So they told me on Friday, someone at my work told me on Friday night that it was due on Tuesday. So I had to do 35 hours of a bunch of shit and then send off my documentation for it.
What would happen if you were on holiday?
I probably would have seen the email anyways, but
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're on
but yeah.
holiday.
Well, if you don't do it, they suspend your license. You can't practice.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to get at. Is it pretty important?
Yeah,
Pretty important.
except I would still have DC because it's not required in DC.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta put the cash back. All right, bro. I'm gonna keep going, and you gotta keep going as well. So
Okay. Yeah, right now I'm learning about elder law, senior citizens, and stuff that's applicable to them. It's exciting stuff.
we'll be there one day, bro.
I know. I know.
We'll be by the
Maybe
time
I'll be
by
doing
the time
cold
you
calling then. I'll be selling ink to McDonald's in New York City.
well, you've seen how that went for me, so I really hope you do a better job than what I did. It's fucking. I thought I'd do really well. I think I still can. By the way, I'm very confident. I did get the name of one printer.
Yeah, yeah,
It's just getting the name of the laserjet printers. That's why I'd probably go on Google and find it. You know, so the laserjet 4002 and the M404, they're probably like, what the fuck? But if in America, I bet it's like 4003
yeah.
and an M405.
And then you say it and they recognize
Then
it.
you
Oh, well,
say it
yeah,
and they
that's what we
recognize it
have.
and they're like, yeah, that's exactly
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
That's what I think HB have done in America. They're very similar, you know. All right, bro, let's get it done, man.
Let's go, baby. Let's get it done.
Oh yeah. So very quickly, new customer, GP surgery, one black toner, two repeat orders from garages. Let's go Idaho. I'm gonna keep going.
Go.
All right, bro.
All right. Cool.
Um, Hi, good afternoon, Rachel. I was just looking for Karen Tuesday. Yeah, possibly. I have called before and spoke to Karen. Very quickly, my name is Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. Two of my wholesalers are based in Ireland, in Dublin and Kildare. And Karen very kindly gave me permission to pop an email quite a while, some time ago now. It was in, we initially spoke in September last year. It was over 6 months ago. And she did reply back with the names of a couple of other princes to quote for in November, but I haven't called since September, but we haven't spoken on email since November. So I was just trying to ask if I could refresh the emails really with my contact details, and I was hoping to leave some prices again if I can. Would that be okay? Yeah, correct. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is that the same one, Castle? Perfect. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I do appreciate it. The thing is, I like being patient with people because then they can never accuse me of doing a heading. So I'm, because if I can prove it the first time, then they can that's it. Then they can never say it ever again. So for me, I'm very very patient with people from the first call, like 6 months, a lot, sometimes longer. I actually spoke to somebody last week, and they said they said to me, I looked on my Excel spreadsheet, and I spoke to them in April of 2018 and they remembered me. Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. But I have the benefit of notes, so I never said the date. And she was like, "Oh my God, Charles, I remember you. You run your own business in Cardiff and everything." I was like, "Yeah, I last spoke to you in April 2018. How the hell do you remember me?" And they were like, well, you remember me?" And I was like, "I don't. I got the benefit of notes. I just look at my notes and it sounds like I know what I'm talking about. But yeah, yeah, 100%. But yeah, that was 7 years. But I'll send over the email now. I'll put my name Charles on it with my contact details and prices, Rachel. But thank you very much for forwarding it on to Karen. And then fingers crossed, like you said, if it is of interest, which I think it will be because we had a good chat on the phone and the price and everything. I've got my foot in the door with one Centric Health. I've got others. Yeah, if I'm being honest, I got my foot in the door relatively early into my island journey. I started doing business on the late summer, so like August time, and I quoted. I know there's about 80 odd, and I quoted. I think I quoted initially like quite a lot initially. It was like 20 odd, and the feedback was brilliant. But then only one ordered. I think maybe two actually, but I'm not sure because they use their GP name. I'm pretty certain they're Eccentric Health, but it doesn't show on their signature. Exactly, without me even realizing. So I think the one that uses me regularly, she said that she's going to try and get me into some sort of conference in Dublin or something. They meet up every 3 months. Yeah, I thought so too. She said it in December because I called up to wish. I wish my customers Merry Christmas every December, and I only called her up to wish her Merry Christmas, and she was like, "Oh, Charles, I'm going to try and get you in." And I think my reaction was like, "Yeah, I'm too scared to do that." And I haven't heard, she hasn't mentioned it since, and I'm not certainly not going to mention it to her either. So, um, but it does show there's potential there, for to use as a supplier. But anyway, I'll leave it to it. I really appreciate your time. I'm going to send this over now, and then thank you for your help, and I hope you have a nice afternoon as well. Thank you, much appreciated. Thanks, Rachel. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Rax,
Yeah, what's up?
I just emailed the guy for the printer. I emailed him the full quote and everything. I had it all
Uh-huh.
ready to rock and roll. I sell this printer quite a lot, and he's so funny. I messaged him on WhatsApp because the price of the standards I said were 40 on the phone, but I looked on the quote and I was like, oh, 35. I was putting my 35 because he's probably going to order the high capacity. Anyway, I messaged him on WhatsApp just saying, just to let you know the price of 35 on the quote. I didn't want you to be confused because I said 40 on the phone, and he just messaged me back. Fucking makes me laugh. He said, cheers, mate, just order it. He's like, cheers, mate. Yeah, just order it. So he's messaging now as well. Um, it's just trust, man. You know, that's what
Yeah,
it boils down to. Let's be honest. You know, I trust you, and we've never met face to face.
yeah, yeah,
I trust that you're a tax attorney. I don't actually know that for real.
yeah.
You must be.
I trust that you sell ink. I don't know. You've never sent me any. You probably do it, but you could just be playing a video game on your computer all day, acting like you're on the phone.
I was waiting for the person that orders the ink for the. Oh, like, are you playing FIFA with George? Like, no, bro, I'm selling ink. Fuck, makes you think that.
Oh man.
Oh, yeah, I normally deal with Ashley, but I know he's not in this week. Yeah, I think he's off for a while. I was only ringing because one of my customers wants to buy a printer, so I was trying to. I bought the printer before at a certain price. I just want to make sure it's the same one. It's MFC-L 8690 CDW. Bear me 2 seconds because I've got the price that he gave me. Bear with me. Yeah, so his actually was he's done it for me a couple of times at the same price. Um, Give me 2 seconds because I might have an invoice number that you can look at. Yeah, so I've got an invoice number. Do you want me to give you that? Sierra Tango India November Victor 433 treble one. Yeah, yeah, correct. Yeah. Uh, what about the if I got the price from the other company? What about if I did get because that's what I normally do with Ashley. I normally get the price from the other company and then he tries to match it. Um, Normally the other company that I use is oh yeah, I see what you've done. So it's printer base. Um, yeah, that I think that's why you've gone back to that original price. If I send when I send the order through, what email address shall I use? Yeah, perfect. And what's the cutoff for Tuesday? Perfect. Thank you very much. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Fuck's sake. Yeah, is that Adele? Oh, Saffron, sorry, my apologies. I was just looking for Adele. Yeah, hopefully. Very quickly, my name's Charles. I haven't called for a long time. I last called in September, over 6 months ago, so I'm not sure if you'll remember me. But very quickly, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff. Two of my wholesalers are based in Ireland, in Dublin and Kildare, and Adele very kindly gave me permission to pop an email to the info at PSM email address, and she gave me the model of a brother printer. But like I said, I haven't called or emailed for a very long time. I was just wondering if I could get permission to leave my contact details and my prices again on email. Yeah, would that be okay to do? Yeah, she's already given me the name of the printer, and I've already got the email. But I'm a little bit old-fashioned, Saffron. I'd rather ring and ask first rather than just sending it. J Would that be okay? Because I know it's a long shot. She's got to pass it to the doctor, and the doctor's got to have a look, etc., etc. But I just want her to know that I'm not going to hassle for business, if that makes sense. I haven't called for a long time. But would that be okay to send across? I really appreciate it. I'll send it over now, and I've got Adele EDEL, isn't it, for Adele? Yeah, perfect. And thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Cheers, Saffron. Oh, how do you spell saffron, by the way? Yeah, I literally spelt it how you've just spelt it out. But I doubted myself when you were about to go. I was like, I've got to ask her because I've probably got it wrong, and then I did get it right. So I could have. So it's Saffron. Yeah, perfect. I'm going to put it on my notes. And I am correct, aren't I, to address it to Adele? Because I know she, like, it's got to go to the doctor. But is it better to address it to the? Because I spoke with her last year. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, perfect. No worries. I'll send over now. And you have a nice afternoon. Thanks for your time, Saffron. Thank you. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. No, so it's not spoken requote. No, you dickwad. Hi, good afternoon, Dina. I was just looking for Melissa. Oh, let me write this on my notes. Wednesday is the 22nd, correct? I was just making sure you're still awake. Uh, I'll try on Wednesday. There's no rush, mind, but I'll give her a bell next week if that's okay. Thank you. Thanks, Dina. Bye-bye. Cheers. Bye-bye. Uh, oh, 138, please, Charles. Louise. Okay, let's go. Right.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Yeah, I told you when it went ahead with the printer. Yeah, I told you that, didn't I? Uh, I just need to borrow you in a few hours or so, or you can get back to me later. I just need a game plan for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Solid game plan.
yeah,
I
because
don't
of
want
the
to. I don't want to fall off. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. The UK is off completely, but cheers, bro. The
cheers,
UK,
mate.
the UK is cheers, mate. The UK is off, which means most spec savers are off. Um, I mean,
So education's off,
no, everyone,
Specsavers on.
education are off. Yeah, education are
Yeah,
off. Been
yeah.
off
So
for
like, what
2 weeks.
about
Yeah,
garages?
the whole country is on lockdown tomorrow and Monday.
Okay. Hmm.
Not Saturday, not Sunday, but obviously Saturday I've got Sienna's birthday thing, so I'm hoping to do what I can
Hmm.
um, up until midday. You know, if I can do, from 6 or from 7, couple of hours McDonald's and a couple of hours Specsavers from 10 till say 12 or something like that, maybe even 9 till 11, I'll be over the moon if I can do 4. You know,
Yeah,
because Sunday could be a big day on Sunday, but then I'm back to square one on Monday in regards to what to do.
yeah.
So I don't actually know what to do. So I just need you to come up with a game plan, really, because I don't want to lose momentum, but then I also don't want to be banging my head against a brick wall for 10 hours. You know?
Hmm. So we just got to think of what's open Friday and Monday. So like McDonald's will be open.
Correct.
What about MOT garages?
No,
No.
no, they're all closed,
Mm,
and the deliveries are not working either. So DPD, the courier, no deliveries have been made
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Friday and Monday. So I think let me write down what will be open. So I think McDonald's, hotels,
Hmm.
I think some Specsavers are going to be open, some are not.
Yeah.
So it might be. I'll write in Specsavers, but I think it might be sporadic. But I
Yeah. What
think
about like
Ireland,
Ireland? Ireland
yeah, that's the
Specsavers?
thing. Yeah, I think Ireland Specsavers are going to stay open.
Yeah.
It's not an official bank holiday, and
Yeah.
I think hotels in Ireland, but I don't have the data ready
Hmm.
for hotels in Ireland. I've got no data unless I buy a mini data pack from that company, the Bold Data people.
You don't need to. You're
Okay.
good.
So hotels would be
Yeah.
UK,
Yeah. Hotels would
Specsavers
be a
could be
good one.
Ireland. Yeah, UK hotels, and McDonald's would be UK. Um, I think I can still. Some doctor surgeries are staying open until midday. So I think GP's Island, right?
Hmm.
I think the first 3 hours should maybe stay the same. So stick to the game plan to bring a bit of continuity. So do
Hmm.
the first power hour on cooperative societies, 9 till 10, and then do 10 to 11, 11 till 12 on follow-ups that I've normally been doing.
Yeah.
And then I normally take my break then around 12,
Hmm.
and then I get back on the phones at 1. But that's the thing. I get back on the phones at 1, I do credit unions, but I think that I probably think they're more than likely going to be closed, but it isn't a
Yeah.
bank holiday, so some of them could be open.
Yeah.
But it's whether maybe I should do 10 minutes of credit unions to see what the energy is like.
Yeah.
And if it's like close not bank holiday because it's not official, but close, 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 close,
Hmm.
and then maybe switch it then. But then what to switch it to what? Because the GPs I don't think are going to stay open. But then some GPs might be like, no, we are staying open. It's not a public holiday. Some
Yeah.
doctors are probably going to be like, it's not a public holiday. It is
Yeah.
on Monday. So I know the staff want to do half day, but we got patients. In my head, I'm thinking we got patients to see.
Hmm.
The fucking patients don't give a fuck about the holidays. They're sick.
Those are the days that, yeah, those are the days to go in too.
100%. And I'm thinking maybe I should just stick to the game plan.
Yeah. Yeah, just
So
stick
the
to the game plan, and then if you start doing some
and
calls like the
pivot.
credit unions and they're yeah, you pivot, and you're like,
Okay.
all right, well,
So so
McDonald's is
so
open, hotels is open, you just
okay.
flip
So
the
so
hammer.
okay.
Yeah.
So do you think maybe so in 9 till 10, if cooperative societies are like, I'm not getting anywhere, pivot to hotels, and then later on in the afternoon, if credit unions are not open,
Yep. Yeah.
pivot to hotels. So
Yeah.
pivot to hotels, yeah.
Hmm.
McDonald's having the background as
Yeah.
backup. Pivot to hotels on the two power hours. Power hour one, official power hour one is 9 o'clock. So
Yeah.
cooperative societies pivot to hotels in UK. Power hour two at 1 o'clock till two. Credit unions pivot to hotels, and then if the doctor surgeries, I think they're going to be fine in the morning. But if the doctor surgeries, I'm doing 2 till 5, bro. I'm on my third hour of follow-ups. Do you think I
Hmm.
should pivot to the pharmacies? Follow-ups in Ireland. I've got shitloads.
Yeah, they're gonna
They're
be
open.
open.
They're going to be
Yeah,
open.
they're gonna be
Yeah,
open.
I'm not even doing them at the moment. They're not even on my radar. The
Yeah.
follow-ups for pharmacies. I'm doing power hours for pharmacies. I'm going to
Yeah.
be doing it at 5:30 till 7:30
Yeah.
to generate energy because I struggle obviously doing follow-ups,
Yeah.
after a break and everything like that.
Yeah.
So do you think pivot to pharmacies at 2 o'clock if GP surgeries are proving then they're not open? Maybe give it 10, 15 minutes and then be like, okay, fuck this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have gone home. So maybe then pivot to pharmacies and then maybe do 3 straight hours of pharmacies. It'll be tough, but I'm doing it on GPs right now.
Right.
I'm
Right.
finding doing 3 hours with no breaks, and I'm finding then doing 4 hours with no breaks is actually more beneficial than doing two, break, two.
Hmm.
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Just keep it going.
All
I
right.
think it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good
Yeah.
too.
Just
Because
do
Ireland
that, and then
doesn't
just
have an
keep it
official
keep it
holiday.
in the background. Like you can switch to hotels if you need
Switch to
to.
hotels.
Switch to McDonald's if you have to. Like
Switch to McDonald's
there.
if hotels is not working. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking power hours on hotels. I'm not thinking follow-up hours. I'm thinking actual go for power hours
Hmm. Yeah. And just
and
keep it
really
going.
and keep it
Yeah.
going. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Just to keep the energy up.
Yep. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right, bro. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Julie. Oh, hiya, Julie. I'm not sure if you remember me, because it's been a while since I last called in September, or I first called you in September, rather. Um, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff. You very kindly gave me permission to pop an email through to the info at Ballybrack Medical address. No, no, it's not. No, honestly, the call wasn't to ask for feedback. I've been doing this for a long time now, 16 years, and I like to prove to people that I don't hassle, if that makes sense. And it's been about 7 months since we've spoken on the phone. We did schedule a quote to come up in February, which was we must have done a good because September to February, I think off the top of my head, it might be like 5 months. We scheduled a quote for like 5 months later, um, but that was 2 months ago. So I was hoping, with permission, if I could just refresh your emails. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Julie. No, no, it's fine. I was just going to ask if I could get your permission to refresh your emails. That was all, Julie. Yeah, okay. I'll put this on my notes. But thank you very much for letting me know. Anyway, thank you. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Fucking hell, Julie. Kill me with kindness, why don't you? Fuck me. Uh, Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Alison. Oh, you might be able to actually. Very quickly, my name's Charles. I called quite some time ago. It was in September last year, so it was over 6 months ago. And I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. Two of my wholesalers based in Ireland, in Dublin and in Kildare. But anyway, so somebody very kindly gave me permission to pop an email to the practice manager at Donna Bates, is it, a clinic? And they gave me the model of, I didn't take the name at the time, but they gave me a model of a HP printer and said to address it to Alison. Alison did reply to my quote, which I very much appreciated because it doesn't happen very often. But she did reply, and then we agreed on email that I would resend it in October. But I haven't called since September, and I haven't emailed since October. So I was wondering if I could get permission to refresh the email with my contact details, and I was hoping to leave my prices again, if that would be okay. Are you sure? Yeah, would that be okay? Because I'm a bit old-fashioned. I'd rather ring and ask first, um, because you guys are. That's what I was hoping for. Yeah, I was going to mention this actually. Should I send the email now, or should I schedule it to arrive on Wednesday? I'm not in a rush, honestly. But what do you think? Yeah, Wednesday. I'll put Wednesday. Yeah, 100%. And what I'll do then, I'll send it for Wednesday. I know you may not be able to, but if you can somehow let her know that I did try and call first, um, if that's okay, because I want her to know that I did try and make the effort to call, and then fingers crossed, if it is something of interest, I'm sure she'll let me know in her own time. Would that be okay to do? Oh, thank you very much. And I hope you have a nice. Oh, what was your name, by the way? Tanya. No problem. I'm not sure who I spoke to the first time, but thank you for your. In actual fact, I'm going to put Tanya. Tanya. There you go. Maybe you should take the credit for the first call. I don't know if it was you, but it was, it was someone else. Right, you've got it because you've said that now. I'm going to have to put something else on my Excel spreadsheet. I'm going to have to leave because the when a person is not there. I always like to know people's names, but I might have asked for the name and they might have said no, I'm not giving it, because I didn't want to push it. Because yeah, no, well, they. I don't want people sometimes when they give names, sometimes they think I might get them into trouble. For example, I'd be like, "Oh, Tanya told me to call. Tanya said that she was interested. Tanya said she doesn't care." They'd be like, "Yeah, we know. You're telling us things we already know. We know Tanya doesn't care." I'll be like, "Tanya doesn't like being spelt with an I. She told me if you don't spell it with a Y, I won't pass you. I won't pass you on to Alison." I'm gonna, until Alison orders a toner from me. I'm gonna spell Alison with a Y, and I'm gonna spell Tanya with an I. And I don't think I'll get an order. but the day that I won't get a reply. But the day I do get a reply, I'll switch them back. Okay, that's the deal. That's the deal. No, don't let her know. Don't let her know. I do care. That's the difference, Tanya. Charles does care. Okay, I do care. But but you have a nice afternoon, and thank you for your time. Cheers. Thank you. You too, Tanya. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Maria, Maria. Hola. Hi, good afternoon, Ola. I'm not sure if you remember me, because it was quite some time ago in September. It was over 6 months ago. But my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. Um, Two of my wholesalers. I actually had one wholesaler when I spoke to you, but I have a second one now. One is in Dublin, one is in Kildare. And you very kindly gave me permission to pop an email to Courthouse Road 1 at Gmail. You gave me an ink code, a brother code, to quote for, but I haven't called you since September. But then we also agreed that I'd send it a couple of months later because I sent it in November, but I haven't emailed since November. So I was just hoping if you'd allow me permission to refresh your emails, really, Ola, with my details and prices. Would that be okay with yourself? And hopefully I've proven that I'll never hassle. I don't. Yeah, I don't call very often, honestly. Should I stick to what you've given me? Is there a second printer, or should I just quote what I have? Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the you didn't give me the model, but you gave me the toner TN2510, and off the back of that, yeah, yeah, but yeah, exactly. But bear in mind though, on my quote, it is there is TN2510, but there's also the TN2510 XL. Hang on, let me check I've got that right. Yeah, and there's the drum. as well. You probably you won't need the drum for a bit longer, but yeah, exactly. You won't need the drum, but the toner, the XL, is worth considering because it does roughly 2.5 times more, roughly. So I'll put that in the quote. Would that be okay, Ola? Brilliant. And if it's of interest, just let me know. But thank you for your time. I know you're busy. I do appreciate it. Thanks, Ola. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Cool. 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 144. Sheila, good chat. Las Vegas.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Leisha. Oh, hi, Alicia. I'm not sure if you remember me, because it was in October, so it's been about 6 months. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. Hiya. I at the time I had a wholesaler based in Dublin, but I also now have a wholesaler in Kildare as well, County Kildare. And I was wondering if you'd allow me permission to pop you an email again to the Kelly Medical Centre at Gmail. Um, and I was gonna ask if I could leave my prices with you again. Um, and, and I was also gonna ask you something, but wait for the question before you say 100% though, Leisha. I was gonna say you were very upfront with me on the phone call because you had some issues with one of the HP toners, the W1420A. Um, and I was going to say, and this is me really kind of putting out on a limb here, but I've been doing this for a long, long time. This is my 16th year, and I've been running my company. This is my 8th year, and I've thought of something recently, and I just want to put it out there and see what your thoughts are. You're one of very many people that come to me and say they've had issues. I've never done business with you, so I can't take credit for the issues you've had. But I'm very confident in my own company. I'm very confident in my service and my products because I want people to come back and have a good experience and hopefully order from me again. It's not just about price because price isn't the be all and end all because it might be free and it might not work if that makes sense. So I come up with something, and you're one of the first people actually I'm proposing this to. How would you feel about giving me a go? But in terms of the risk element, I was going to suggest if you tried a W1428 toner, I was going to meet you halfway and offer you one for free. And I don't like free, like buy one get one free. It's not buy one get one free. It's more a case of you're giving me an opportunity to see if it works and it fits and you're happy with it. And as a thank you, here's a spare one, if that makes sense. And I don't know, is that something that obviously I'll put this in the email and keep it simple, but is that? Oh no no no! I wasn't expecting on the phone, but I'm yeah yeah. I wouldn't expect the free. I just hate saying the word free. That's what I'm trying to get away with saying the word free. But can you see where I'm going with it though? It's kind of like a meeting of minds. Does that make sense? Do you think it's? And this is me just asking you honestly. Do you think it's something that the people that reply back to me or the people that tell me on the phone they've had bad experiences, I always feel sorry for them, genuinely, because I think to myself, if I could turn it into a positive, you might stick with me for a long time. But it's just getting you over that line, and I'm very very stubborn as a person. I'm always thinking to myself, well, there's another GP surgery that have tried me out, and they haven't. And they've had issues, and they've just tried me out, and they haven't asked for anything. And I'm not saying anybody who's told me they've had issues has asked me for anything, but it makes me feel like when they've taken the time to explain what's happened and things like that, I always think I feel sorry for you. Does that make sense? It's kind of like, no, we can turn this around, and offering that, meeting of halfway. I just need to word it differently because I just hate the word free. I don't know why. It just sounds salesy, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. But anyway, I'll in terms of the brother printer that you gave me, the model, could I send that email across with my contact details and with my prices? Would that be okay? Uh, yeah, as many times as you can. Hint, hint. Okay, so, hint, hint. Well, you'll have an empty toner if you keep doing it, and then you'll be like, oh, and by the way, the printer's run out of ink because I've printed the quote 1,000 times. Um, I'm gonna I'm gonna try and word what I've said to you very simply without using the word free. I'm gonna put it into the email. I'll send it over. Oh, I have to ask though, what's the current situation? Because obviously we haven't spoken since October, the original one. Viking. No. 123 ink. Yeah, yeah, and you get the HP one. Okay. So what I when I yeah, you said it was a HL-L 2300, or is this a third printer? Okay, hit me. Yeah. Perfect. And what were the numbers before? Was it HL or was it MFC? Was it HL-L or DCP even? Okay, perfect. I know that printer quite well. It's the newer version of the other printer that you have. Yeah. Yeah, of course. The other reason for making like an offer like that is also because I believe that it could instill trust in the brothers as well. So like if you have a positive, am I still right in saying, okay, I'll put it to you like this, and then I'll let you go. If you were to have a good experience with a HP because you've had a bad experience, do you think I'm on the right lines in the sense of you might be you might order the brother non-original with more confidence? Yeah, exactly. But you'd have more confidence, wouldn't you? Yeah. But you'd be more confident, wouldn't you? Because if the HP then worked, you'd be more like inclined to be like, yeah, let's try him for the others. That's the way I'm thinking of it, anyway. But I'll send it over now. Yeah. Oh, the brother one's working fine. I don't have any issues. But Oh, 100%. But I will be honest with you, the HP in the past has been a bit tricky for me personally to supply. So, and that's me just being upfront. And the main reason being is the manufacturer. It's not the lack of quality, it's the manufacturer that locks the printer, and they try and make. Does that make sense? Yeah. 100%. So for me, it's yeah, 100%. Listen, they make no money on their printers. They could give you the printer for free. You know, It's cheap and cheerful. It would have been like 100 euros. Yeah, yeah, 100%, 100%. They get you on the ink. So that printer probably would have been. Honestly, it probably would have been like. I reckon it'd be like 60, 70 quid. Yeah, honestly, it'd be like 80 euro, 90 euro. It'd be less than 100 euro. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were gonna say me. Okay. I'm. Yeah, 100%. And then you would have come to me and said, "What brother printer?" Well, from Charles. At some stage, Leisha, I've got to be part of this conversation. I feel like I've been left out a little bit. You need to involve me in this. You're amazing, but I'm also helping you become amazing. So, no, okay, it's just all about you. Okay, Leisha. I'll send it over now. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. No, not at all. There's no rush, honestly. Yeah, listen. Well, the thing is, like I said, it's not just to do with price, is it? Let's be honest. It's to do with, are they going to work? Is it worth the risk? It's so many other factors that are away from the price. But thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, and I'll send it over shortly. And you have a lovely afternoon as well. Thank you. Are you impressed? Are you impressed that I spelt your name, pronounced your name correctly? Because no, no, no. I actually I cheated. I base so base. Oh, I've spelt it the right way. Laoise, like Portleash. Yeah, listen, don't get me started. I'm amazing as well. We're both amazing, even though you think that you're more amazing than me. Fair enough. Am I in marketing? I thought. Oh, I just realised I'm in marketing. But the way that I've done it is I've cheated. I've basically put how it's pronounced in brackets on my spreadsheet. So what I do is when I've come up because over here in the UK and in Wales, of course people spell their names or sound differently, whatever. But in Ireland, oh my gosh, in Ireland there's a lot of weird things going on. I nearly had a row with a Jacinta this morning. She said her name was Jacinta. I said, "Is that Jacintha?" Thinking she'd be impressed. She went without the H. I went, "You said it. You said it was with the H. You said Jacinta." I said, "I have a lisp." I said, "I have a lisp, and my lisp is struggling to pronounce the H." She said, "Yeah, it's pronounced with a H, Charles, but it's spelt without the H." I said, "Jacinta, listen." You're confusing me. I'm trying to impress you. I don't know what's going on here, but you're gonna have to figure out what's going on with your name. And she was like, "No, that everyone spells it with a H. It's without the H." I said, "Everyone's spelling it with the H because it sounds like you're saying the H." She said, "I am." He said, "That's how it's pronounced, Jacinta." And I was like, "Well, okay, whatever." So 100%. But if I didn't put the Jacintha in brackets with the H, I would have come back through the notes and said Jacinta. Do you see what I mean? So in brackets, I put the pronunciation. And your name is interesting because obviously the place as well. So whenever I speak to somebody and there's a name, Portlaoise or what have you, I even know Dunleary, Donegal, Galway. I'm really trying to, pronounce the places and the names. I'm coming. My wholesaler is my second wholesaler in Ireland is called Stephen. He used to work for the first one. There's a bit of, he's a small company, but he used to work for the bigger company. And anyway, I'm coming over to meet him at some point. I'm actually waiting for my son's mobility car. I don't know what they call it in Ireland actually, but over here they have mobility cars. Over here, I think they probably have something similar in Ireland, and I've ordered it and everything, and it's coming from Korea. It's a Hyundai, and when it comes over, it's a big car. Like I got loads of kids, so it's a seven seater, and genuinely, it's coming over now. It's due in the country in a couple of weeks, and I'll probably have it in a month, and it's going to be one of my first trips. I'm going to drive up to Holyhead. I'm going to get the ferry to over 100%, and my partner's family, like grandparents and things like that, they're from Sligo, so we're actually looking to do it. And yeah, and I've actually got my foot in the door with a number of Specsavers opticians. Do you know Specsavers opticians? So I got six Specsavers that buy for me, so I can visit them. But I've got some GP surgeries that have been ordering off me and things like that. So I've got community centres. I got my first community centre in Dublin. I've got my foot in the door with retirement homes, like nursing homes. I got a couple of them. So I'm doing pharmacies. So I'm doing okay. But I 100 million percent am going to come over because I'm gonna come and see Stephen. 100%. Well, I'm going to come and see Stephen, and the thing is, we get along really well, me and Stephen, and I have to because I don't have a website. So my biggest thing is relationship building. My biggest thing is service and the more personal touch. And I genuinely feel like that kind of last bit is this is. But in saying that, people will probably meet me and be like, I'm not buying ink off him again. So there is a risk there, Leisha. There is a risk, but I think it's worth it. But I definitely 100%. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm trying to. I'm 100%. I'm trying to. I've got a map of Ireland on my wall. I'm trying to get to know all the 26 counties. I'm trying to, get to know it all. I'm doing really well. I'm patient, so I wish I was doing better, but I'm going to be here for genuinely, I'm going to be here for a long, long time to come. You mark my words, I'm going to be reputable. It's going to take me years, but SOS or my company, Charles, whatever, I want it to be hand in hand with quality, people not being hassled, price. I know what you understand, the doctor, obviously they want the cheapest price, but for me, I want price to kind of be irrelevant because I want people to feel looked after. So it's like it doesn't matter what everyone else is charging. Charles takes care of us. He makes sure that we're getting the good price. We don't even have to check. That's what my UK customers have for the last 8 years. So that's the level I want to get to. But anyway, I'm going to leave you to it. Thank you very, very much for letting me send the email again. I do appreciate it, Alicia. Yeah, thank you very much, and I'll speak to you soon. You have a lovely afternoon. Thanks, Alicia. Ta-ra now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Brax.
Hey, what's up?
So very quickly, so I can't get it right on paper and outwardly, but I want to do something with all of the people that email me or tell me over the telephone they've had issues, in particular
Mhm.
that email me, because they've taken the time to come back to me and email me an issue or whatever, or even the people on the phone that have taken the time to explain. I want to come up with something where well, I meet them halfway. So they have had an issue with a toner. I want to say to them, listen, you give me an opportunity to prove that toner can work fine, and I will give you one for free. But I don't want to use the word free.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you talking about that.
Yeah, I've been thinking about
You
it
could
for
do like,
weeks,
you could say
but
maybe something like at no cost to them, or
a second one at no extra cost.
yeah,
I just don't like the word free because I feel like free has that sales connotations in it.
yeah,
It's kind
yeah,
of, and you
yeah,
don't
I
get
agree.
something for nothing. So it's kind of like, I think it would
Yeah.
be fine, but for me personally, I don't. In my company, I don't. I couldn't give a shit out there. Buy one get one free. I get it. Like you just, the price of one is, when it's not on offer.
Hmm.
The price is $10. Buy one get one free. Yeah, but when it's not on offer, it's $6. But you bump it up by four,
Yeah.
and then you know.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
really
And
don't
then
want them
also if they
thinking
think it's like buy one, get one free, the next time they order, they're trying to get a buy one, get one free second time around.
100%,
It's like
100%,
instead
and
you can do something like send you a second one at no cost to them. Um,
but the reason is
yeah, yeah,
you're giving me if you give me an opportunity, I would like
yeah,
to meet you halfway and offer one at no extra cost.
yeah.
Does it need any more explanation than that though?
No.
Because it's a bit of a strange deal because technically I should just be sat here stubborn and like, well, I don't need to do that with the surgery that ordered 10 toners on their first order.
Mhm.
I didn't need to do anything. But I
Yeah,
just feel like they've taken the time to explain and they've
yeah,
taken the time to email me back and
yeah.
explain. But the amount of times that I've emailed people back and said all my paragraph of what I'm about and
Mhm.
etc. etc. And then I put on there, would you be willing to give me a go? And they never email back.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
want something stronger because I'm not going to lose anything
Hmm.
if I
Yeah, the
give
only
them
thing
one
you
for
can, the other
free.
thing you can do is to explain that you want them to make sure that the toner works, right? So
Yeah,
it's like,
correct.
like you want to meet them in the
Okay, so
middle,
so I could
send them one at no
so I
cost
could
to
offer
them,
them at no
and
cost.
and you
Just
just
offer
want
them
them
one at
to
no cost.
ensure that they don't have any issues with it, you know?
Okay, because the one that came on board today, I said to them, listen, I had a good chat with her yesterday, and then and then she emailed me today with a black, and I said, just to reiterate, I'm not in any rush for payment. I want to make sure that you're happy with it first. So should we do 14 days before the invoice is due? And she actually emailed back and said, well, I'm not using it straight away, so I don't actually know when, I'm going to use it. But can you
Mhm.
send me the invoice and I'll put it forward for payment? And I was like, that's fine. I'll send you the invoice, but I'm going to do 30 days invoice.
Yeah,
So if you use it within and she was like, "Oh, that's amazing, thank you,"
yeah,
but she was ready to pay for it now,
yeah, yeah,
before even delivery, and I was like, "Well, hang on, because you've had a bad experience." So We need to take baby steps because once that toner's in and it's working, after that it's fucking you're flying. That's a
Mhm.
good point. So if they've had about because I want it to be standard, like
Yeah.
a standard response. So if
Hmm.
somebody says, "Listen, we've had a bad experience with this printer before. We've used non-originals. It hasn't worked out." I want to say, "Listen, no problem at all. But I'm very confident in my products. How about would you be willing? This is obviously maybe not on a cold call, on a follow-up call, or on an email. Would you be willing for me to send one out at no cost to yourself, so you can see firsthand that it works?"
Yeah.
And then maybe just leave it at that because it is a risk because they may use it and not order
Mhm.
or whatever. So is that what you mean? Just send one out?
Send one out or send a second one. If they pay
I'm
for the one, you
thinking,
send the second
I
one.
don't know, because
It's just
maybe
it's
maybe
the
I
whole setup of like, yeah, you're going to take a loss on some of those, but they order a second time, they could continue ordering forever
so that
if you just get
exactly.
them on the order.
So
Yeah.
you got two things. You either send it at no cost,
Mhm.
so effectively free, but not using the word free at no
Yeah.
cost. I like that at no cost or no extra cost. So if I send it out at no cost and that's it, or I I that initially what I thought was say if you order one
I
and then
would
I'll
go with
match it.
I go with the second option.
The
Do
match it. Okay.
you
So
send
I
out
missed.
the second
I
one.
missed.
You'll send them a second one at no cost.
Yeah, I
But
missed
you wanted
because
them, but you wanted to make sure that they have no issues with the toner. So, they pop one in there, make
and
sure
then
it's
in terms of
good.
payment,
And then,
exactly.
they'll pay
Yeah,
you for the
yeah.
one, they have a second one that they got at no
At,
cost.
at no
But,
cost. Yeah,
but if they have an issue with it, then hey, send it back and you deal with that.
yeah,
But you want
exactly.
to just to
And
make sure
maybe
that they
just
don't
be
have any
patient.
issues. You're full service. You're here to,
Yeah, yeah, hundred
to make
percent.
sure your
And still be
products are good and
patient.
that they don't have issues.
Yeah, 100%. And then still stay patient with the payment as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm happy days with the payment. I'm just like, listen, I'm not in a rush.
Yeah.
I am in a rush,
Yeah.
but I'm not in a rush.
It's not. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Yeah. Yeah. You're good. They'll pay. If it works and they're happy, they'll pay and they'll order again.
They fucking want to pay now. No,
So,
well,
so
just just
let
just
them pay
chill.
now.
No, no, yeah, yeah. But the problem is if you let them pay now, it's a $50. It's a €50 toner,
Yeah.
right? Black one. The
Mhm.
colors are 110.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what the profits are? The
Calculate
toner's
again.
12. The toner's €12.
Yeah. Wow.
So the black is obviously still good
Yeah.
profit, amazing. But the colors are also €12.
Yeah.
But they're 110.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
that's 330
Mhm.
for 36.
Yeah. And see, all you have to do is just get them to
Order
make
the
that
black.
initial order.
Take your
Yeah.
time. Yeah, she just ordered the
Yeah.
black. I presume from their thinking they do want to order the colors, but
Hmm.
they're thinking, oh, we don't want a bloated invoice
Yeah.
without knowing for sure. So we'll order the black because it's only 50. If the black was
Yeah.
100, they might still order just the black even if it was 100. But the
Yeah.
point is, the invoice value is not 385, it's
Hmm.
55.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not. The point is, I'm just like, yeah, just pay the 55 when it's working, because then when
Yeah.
it's working, they'll order the three colors, boom,
Hmm.
send them out, pay straight away. I'm not
Yep.
gonna fucking wait for the colors, man. I need that fucking money.
Yeah.
You know, I need those
Yeah.
dollar bills, y'all. Okay, cool. So at no extra cost. Okay, I'm gonna word it now. I'll probably fuck it up. But can you personally see what I'm trying to do there?
Yeah.
Because what I'm doing now isn't working because no
It's
fucker
not
is emailing
working.
me back an order.
And it's because so many people have had a bad experience, right?
Yeah,
And so when
yeah,
you're on the phone with them, you tell them you've been doing this 16 years, you're selling non-originals, you're very confident in your products. You want to make sure that it works for them. But then you can do this and send us in a short email and just say, hey, you order one of the black toners. You're going to send a second one at no cost, and you want to make sure that when they receive them, that they have no issues with them at all.
with a delayed invoice.
Yeah, with a delayed invoice to ensure that they have time to to pop it in the printer, make sure it works, that they have no issues with it. That sort of thing. And if
Okay.
they have problems, they'll reach out to you,
Because even if they,
and
even if they
you'll
have
fix
problems,
it.
bro, we can still rectify it. It
Yeah.
might just need a replacement toner, or it might just need something. Stephen can
Hmm.
update chips on site, so it might just be they put it in, they do have a problem. Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. But that's
That's
not
fine.
just
Well,
the end of the
you fix
story.
it. And
Like,
then that
yeah,
gives you
we'll
another
sort it out.
opportunity to figure out what the
Yeah,
problem is and how to fix
yeah,
it. So
yeah,
they can
hundred
order
percent.
again.
Yeah,
And 123 Inc.'s not doing that.
yeah, 100%.
Right?
Because they were using
They're
the
just not doing
originals,
that.
and one two
Yeah.
drink's not doing it, bro, because there's nobody there
Yeah.
at a website, so there's nobody there to even have that discussion with.
Yeah.
I'm really like today has really, really, really shown me that I think I should even put it in my features and benefits that I don't have a website on purpose. I don't know. We'll talk about that in the future. I think I can still do it, bro. I think you're the only person who believes in it as well. Because me and Steven have been back and forth on WhatsApp. Because he's like, you're doing this the hard way, you know? You should be asking for referrals. You should be getting a website. You should be doing this and that and the other. And I'm thinking, do you know what, this referral thing? I'm going to do it. I'm 100% going to do it because in Ireland, I think it might be a really big thing because everybody
Hmm.
seems to know each other, whereas in the
Hmm.
UK, it's more fragmented. Probably in Washington
Yeah.
DC, it's probably more, you know.
Yeah.
But I got to be honest with you, Brax. I want to maybe do a rule where I do not ask for a referral for 12 months. Now I know there's a guy over there, Grant Cardone, you know, the sales guy, and
Mhm.
he's like, when somebody orders from you, you ask for 5 referrals straight away. That's before they've even received the product. And I'm thinking, yeah,
Yeah.
but
No.
what if something goes wrong with the product? Like, what if there's an issue, or what if there's an issue with delivery, and you've asked for 5 referrals? I personally think patients wait
Hmm.
12 months. I think 12 months. I want to wait longer, but okay, let's wait 12 months. And then when I wait 12 months and I call up Edith, who's been my best fucking Irish customer, and I call her up in September and I say, Edith, you've been with me for 1 year. I just want to say, I've been so happy with you, Charles. We've been so happy with you as well. Prices are good. I think I said that everything's going well. Is there anyone that you know that I can reach out and touch base with and hopefully give the same service that I give to you? You
Yeah.
know? But
Yeah.
I think it's stronger after 12 months. I mean, do you agree with that?
Yeah. I
Or is
agree.
it just me?
No, I agree. I think the referrals are fine after they've already found value
Yeah.
by
How
working with
long
you.
would you give if it was you? How long would you?
6 months, 12 months is fine. Like if you work this into like your Christmas calls, I think that'd be fine. You know,
Perfect.
or you're
Perfect.
reaching out, hey, is there a shop next door? Any other people you think that might find value out of using you? Like that'd be great. But but like the website that loses the personal contact, the connection with you. You don't need
Keeps
that.
coming back, doesn't it,
That's
bro? It's
different.
like the free
That's different.
delivery thing. It just keeps coming back to get a website. I just think £500 a month, man.
No, you don't need it.
It's not
You
a
want people to
guarantee
call
it's
you.
gonna.
You don't want people to
Yeah,
hop
I
online. If they
don't.
hop
I
online,
don't.
then they're on Google and they're sitting there on eBay
Uh,
and everything else, and they don't talk to you.
bro, I
You
have
cut yourself
four
out.
toner websites up in front of me.
Yeah,
Four.
yeah,
If they're on my website, then they're gonna go on another website.
yeah. That's how it works.
Of course, that's how the website. And I'm not saying it wouldn't be
Instead, you
beneficial
search
financially.
their email, find SOS. There it is.
Yeah,
Reorder again. That's
call
it.
him,
Give you a call,
email him,
email
WhatsApp.
you.
You know, if you've got WhatsApp
Yeah,
and everything like that. Okay.
yeah,
It just feels like everyone else tries to steer me away, and then I speak to you, and you're like, no, no, you're on track. But then
yeah.
obviously the
Because
days when
it's the
it's
difference
tough.
between short-term sales and long-term goals.
Yeah, yeah,
You're not
yeah.
looking for a short-term sale like Grant Cardone.
No,
That five
no,
referrals when they make an order, like that's just you're just trying to get the
no,
next order.
no.
5 more
I'm,
orders. Like that's totally
I'm,
different. That's not a long
uh,
term business. That's
no,
that's why Grant Cardone is his like filed bankruptcy and defaulted on like $1 billion of real estate.
yeah.
So
And he's
short
always doing
term.
something new. He's always doing
Yeah,
something new. Some project he's got his finger in. Five
yeah,
different businesses he's doing. Turnover of staff. They're churning
yeah,
the staff like you wouldn't believe. The salespeople, just fucking
yeah,
this the revolving door that must be in that business, that
yeah,
company, and he's never fucking there. Do you know what I mean? Because he's
yeah,
just off
yeah,
doing everything. Which I'm not. I'm not even listen, man. I'm not even fucking disputing that Grant Cardone is not a good salesman, a good businessman, etc. I'm not saying that he isn't. But what I'm saying is this is what I want for myself. It's just
mm,
that very few people see it. You're one
yeah,
of the few, and I'm very fortunate that we're able to have this conversation off the bat. But the amount of times that you're not around, and I'm sat here thinking, is this am I doing the right thing? And then I
yeah,
speak to people, and they tell me. Do you know what I mean? But it's
yeah,
just getting there, isn't it? I need to get to 5 orders a day.
yeah,
£500, £100 an order. I need to get to 5 a day. Once I'm at 5 a day, I need to get to, let's try and get to 6. Let's try and get to
yeah,
7. And then when I
yeah,
max out at 10, then we can look at other things. I just need to get to 5 a day. That's it.
yeah, yeah. All right,
Excuse
I
me.
gotta jump on a call here.
All
I'll
right,
be
bro.
back in
All
like
right,
an
bro.
hour.
Yeah, okay. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, bro. See ya.
All right, bro. cars. Don't count your chickens until they're hatched, baby. Ah. Hmm. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Stephen. Oh, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Is that Stephen? Hi, Stephen. I'm not sure if you remember me, because it was about 4 months ago, but my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business. Yeah, called SOS in Cardiff, and you very kindly gave me permission to pop you an email in January. Rathmullen Pharmacy at Gmail. You gave me the names of a couple of HVs to quote, but it's been about 4 months, and I was just wondering if you'd allow me permission to refresh your emails again with my contact details. Would that be okay with yourself? Yeah. I I wanted to prove to you that I'm not going to hassle you. So I thought if I wait 4 months, hopefully Stephen won't think that I'm going to do his head in. I was keeping myself to myself after the rugby as well, to be honest with you. But I shouldn't have. It's always a bad time, Stephen. Honestly, genuinely. I, I, of course I will. There's no rush. There's no rush. Yeah. Exactly, but genuinely, I've been doing this 16 years. I very very rarely I call probably one person every 100 at the right time. Genuinely, everyone else is busy, hectic, manic. It is what it is. But as long as you know that I'm there, as long as you know that I'm ready to rock and roll when you are. But the ball will always be in your court. Genuinely, Stephen. Um, I'll send it over. No, not at all. I've got a lot of pharmacies in Ireland already as customers, and you guys are crazy. The industry and pharmaceutical industry is not. It's not even funny how busy people are. But I'll send it over, and then fingers crossed. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. Thank you for your time. Not at all. Hope you have a nice evening as well. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Um, hmm, I'm going to be done after this. But myself a nourishment. I think it costs fucking think it's expensive. That's what it looks like. Cheers. Hi, good evening. I was just looking for Sean. Oh, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Is that Sean? Hiya, Sean. I don't know if you remember me. I hope you do. It was in January. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff. Um, you you very kindly gave me your email address, joekelly2504 at Gmail. And I asked if I could get across some prices for ink, and you very kindly gave me the models of a few printers. But I did say to you at the time, I don't hassle for business, and it's been about 4 months since I called you, and I was just hoping you'd allow me permission to pop you another email just to refresh your inbox. Would that be okay, Sean? Yeah, I just want to get it across. I'm not going to hassle, you know? No, I do appreciate it. Yeah, go on. Sorry, what were you saying? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I tell you what, why don't we swap roles and you do my calls for the next hour, and then I bet you'll find some even more miserable sods on the phone. I'm telling you now. No, and that's without it being a bank holiday. The only thing that confuses me with Ireland this weekend, and it's really confusing me. So in the UK, Northern Ireland, Scotland, England, and Wales, there is an official bank holiday on Friday, and then in Ireland there's also a bank holiday on Monday, same as the UK. But I've checked this and I've double checked it. There is no official bank holiday tomorrow for Ireland, but everybody seems to be finishing early. But how is that a government thing? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. And you are finishing early. Ah, I see. So what is your advice for me then? Because I run my own company, so I have to work. So so you ring Dublin, would you would say so maybe stick to Dublin or Cork or yeah, if I'm being honest with you, GP surgeries is where I do a bit of business with, and more often than not, a few days in the week they shut half days, usually on like a Wednesday. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly, exactly. So that's the surgeries of what I call every day. I've quoted over 750 in Ireland, which sounds good, but there's 1,500, so it's not as good as it sounds. But um, but I'm doing okay. But in terms of you, you very kindly have given me the information, so we don't need to go over it again. You've already done the graph. You've given me the two UTACs, the mono UTACs, the color UTACs, and the microline ribbon. I've got everything I need to requote you, or not so much requote, but just refresh the quote if you like. My prices actually haven't changed in January, and then it's just a case of getting back to me. But when I say, trust me when I say this, there is no rush, Sean. I'm the sort of person that I'll go as fast or as slow as you want. If you need to think something tomorrow, it'll be done. If you need to get back to me in 3 months, I'm not going to push you into it. Let me know when you're ready. Would that be okay? And I'll put my Dublin number on there. I'll put my Cardiff number on there just in case, and I will send you the quote shortly. The only thing is, do you want me to send it now, or shall I schedule it to arrive in your inbox next week? Okay, Tuesday, Wednesday. Actually, Wednesday. I'm thinking Wednesday because Tuesday you're going to be flat out because of the. If I 100%, I'm thinking Wednesday. In actual fact, let me ask you this very quickly before you go. When are you next likely to be thinking about it? Why don't I schedule it when you're close to thinking about it, if that makes sense? Yeah. Do you own it or is it on a contract? Which one is this though? The color. What about the mono? The P hyphen 4532. The bigger one, I presume, is color. The taller one. Yeah. Do you own the one that is supposed to only do mono? They just send it out. Yeah, it's just going to be the ribbon then, Sean. It's just going to be the ribbon because yeah, the microline because the UTAX I can provide the consumables, but you're not you don't own the printer, so at the moment anyway, you get them on contract. Yeah. In the future, you might end up owning them because in the future, if the lease runs out, you might say to them, collect the printers, and they might say keep them. And if that's the case, I can then come into play then because you then have to buy the consumables off your own back once it's out of contract. So why don't I just send you the ribbons? When are you next? I know you don't use the ribbons as much anymore. When are you next likely to be thinking about ribbons, even if it's in 6 months? Okay. So I'll just send the quote in 6 months. When are you, do you know roughly when you're out of, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why don't we do 6 months from today? 26 weeks. Would that be okay? And do you want me to keep the UTAX on the quote or should I take them off? No, it's fine. I've been on the phone since 6 a.m., Sean. I'm there with you. You can we can fall asleep together if you really. Oh gosh, you can. Okay. Yeah, and just keeling over. Yeah. Let me really. Yeah, it's tough. You're in a I have this saying, heavy is the head that wears the crown. So whenever I'm shattered and I'm tired and everyone's saying no and bugger off and no one's buying and things like that, and I think, why have I made the decision to run my own company selling ink? I always think to myself, it was my choice, and that's one of the hardest things to look yourself in the mirror sometimes, you know? Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I don't think I'm a person that is a good employee. Well, I know I'm not a good employee. I got my last job was working for a stationery company, and I got along with the owner, and I didn't get along with one of the girls in the sales. Well, she wasn't even doing sales, to be honest. She was just going around customer to customer, and she was a pretty looking lass, if you catch my drift. And I was on the phones grafting, and she did, she I really shone a light on her work ethic. And anyway, I got sacked. The owner did get along with me as well, but she was there 10 years, so. I got sacked, and I thought to myself, do you know what? I can't be letting somebody else have that much control over my life. I got 5 kids, and at the time my boy was about 6 months old, and he's 8 now, 8.5. I've been in business 8 years, so literally getting sacked was the best decision that ever happened to me because it took away all my power, and I thought I can't be feeling like that again. So you are right, going back and working for someone. But in saying that, yesterday when I've made no, £28 I made yesterday, and I worked 11 hours on the phones, which is unheard of for me. I'm ridiculous. I don't normally work 11, but you know, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. You told me this. Yes. You told me this. We talked about this. Yeah. 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 Go from one extreme to the other. Yeah. 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 The opposite. Yeah, I was gonna say the opposite. Yeah. Polar opposite. But it takes that experience to then uh, have the positive experience. It really puts into perspective. So with me, with my customers, when somebody orders and they're just happy with everything I'm doing, and I have a customer that really does my head in, or I know they're not going to pay properly, or I have to chase them, or there's an issue, and there's this and there's that and there's the other, and then when a customer comes along and it's just really fun to just do business with them, it really kind of puts into perspective that well, I hope not a €7.50 a ribbon. But even in saying that, I got to be honest with you. Like you said earlier about working for someone else, it is what it is. And when I did 11 hours yesterday, it is a ridiculous amount of hours. But I do have a goal in mind. I've got a mobility car coming from Korea. You know, yeah, but I've got the car coming. So basically, there's this car that's left Korea, a Hyundai, and it's arriving in the UK on the 3rd of May, and it's a seven-seater, and I have to find the deposit, and it's due in exact. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like a one-off type of run yourself into the ground, because the problem is if the car comes and then it's at the dealership a week or two later, and I don't have the deposit, I'll be honest with you, Sean. I mess everything up for the family, because this type of car you can take abroad, and I'm hoping to go to Ireland with it, and I'm hoping to meet my wholesaler, meet some customers. I'm hoping to go to France and things like that. It's a big car, like a big seven-seater SUV, and I have to get it done. And when the car arrives, I don't want to think to myself, oh, with regret, oh, Charles, if only you push yourself that Sunday, or if only you push yourself that evening, or I want to get to that at the end of it and be like, I'm proud of myself that I pushed myself. It's only short term, if that makes sense. Anyway, you know. But yeah, it is what it is. But thank you very much for taking the time to speak to me. I'll set a schedule quote for 6 months, but please let me know if anything changes to the lease, because the two UTAX printers, try and I don't know when the lease runs out, but I do believe they are good printers to keep if you can. And yeah, yeah. But I don't know what happens at the end of a lease. I don't know. All I do know is what I'm told, and what I'm told is usually the lease company don't collect them, if that makes sense. They normally say just keep them, and if that happens in the future, a year, 2 years from now, or whatever it is, I could be somebody of interest then, because you've got the equipment, but you don't have the consumables. They may offer to sell the consumables, but then that's where my prices come into play, and my knowledge and my experience comes into play. But I'll leave you to it. I really appreciate your time again, and fingers crossed. In 6 months, let me know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good, and you've still got tomorrow to go as well. So do your business is with GP surgeries as well? So they send over the prescriptions constantly, day in day out, all over Donegal, or just yeah, yeah. I've only got one GP surgery in Donegal, Dunkenneely Health Centre. I don't know if No way. Yeah, no, I don't know the GP, but the lady's name is Carol that orders. You're joking me. You're joking. You know her. I, she's one of my favorite customers, Sharon. Yeah, 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 yeah. If you don't mind me asking, what age did you have that conversation with him? Yeah, yeah. She took his advice straight away, or did it take you a while? Yeah, 18 months. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's the same Carol because on the emails I've got Carol Duddy. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're on the same Carol. If you do I don't know if you would speak to her at all, but if you mention Charles in Cardiff, and she was one of my first customers, and I don't know what it is about the energy in Donegal, but there's 26 counties in Ireland, and I'm really taking note of the uh, attitude and the energy of people, and I genuinely don't mean this just to say it, but it is actually one of my I shouldn't say it really, it's one of my favorite counties to do business with. I do have a couple of counties that I would not like to do business, but already is proven to be a bit tricky to do business with, if that makes sense. But no, Sligo on its own, it's on its own. From the GP surgery perspective, the vast majority of the ones I've called have either said no straight off the bat or they've said post a quote, which is fine. I haven't posted it yet, but I've got them on my Excel spreadsheet under a light green color. So I've got every single quote, 750, like I said. And the other counties is the fast paced in Dublin, which in a way is good because they can make decisions quicker. And that was where my first GP surgery was from. And they seem to, they I don't think I'll get um, the longevity in the customers in Dublin because I think maybe they can leave and go elsewhere quicker than others, so they can make decisions quicker. But I do think there's the flip side of it is they can leave quicker, if that makes sense. I don't know if Oh, Carol's fantastic. I've got Carol, and then the other because I'm looking at my map now, and all the genuinely the Cork is a county that I do very well with a company called Specsavers Opticians, and I've got two in Cork, and I mentioned them to somebody the other day, and I said, "Oh, do you know Opera Lane in Cork?" And she was like, "Yeah, that I go to that Specsavers." I was like, "Yeah, they're my customer." So I'm trying to piece it all together like a big jigsaw. Yeah, yeah, I'm trying yeah, trust me, I know. I'm trying to get my foot in the door with Donegal. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, the lady's name that I speak to is one of the directors called Shannon. And she actually interestingly she actually called me and we had a very straightforward conversation because the IT department were trying to push her to buy a HV color laser printer worth about 500 euro, and I did a bit of knowledge work with her, and basically we came to a conclusion and she didn't need to pay for a new printer. They haven't ordered toner from me as yet, but it's the service, Sean. It's all about the service for me, even before you're a customer. So it's not like you become a customer and then it's the service. For me, it's about giving the value before an order is placed, or even if an order is, there's no expectation from me for you to place an order. For I call so many people genuinely. You wouldn't even believe the amount of people I've called already since the summer. Literally thousands. Yeah. Yeah, from what I've been told, the HSE are pulling the Oki, or that they've stopped something that you print something off, or they're stopping it, or they've stopped it, or something like that. So the pharmacies I speak to, they say to me they still have it, but they barely use it. Where another, which is really strange, because then I spoke to another pharmacy, and he ordered 20. So it's kind of like everyone was telling me, yeah. Well, there was one. Well, he bought. I called up like similar to when I called you in January, and I called up and his name was John in County Kerry, John F. Maguire Pharmacy, and I called up and literally it was so busy and hectic, you could hear all the noise, and I was really quick on the phone. I was really didn't want to keep this guy on the phone. You know, everything's really busy, and I said, John, I do the ribbon, the Oki ML3220. Do you have anything else? He said, Yeah, I've got a Canon. And he said, Charles, you've called at the best time. Bear in mind, this is probably my 100th call that day. You know, you make your own luck in life. And he said, I need 20 of them. When can you get them out? I said, I'll get them out tomorrow. He said, that quickly. I said, they're in stock. I said, it doesn't always happen like that. But I said, I've just checked stock as I've been speaking to. I said, listen, though, John, I said, I don't mean to rush you into it, though, because I'm more than happy to send an email, get back to me, no rush. But if you do want them for tomorrow, I can get it done. And that's what I said to you earlier. I can move as fast or as slow as people want. And yeah, 100%, because some people just want to take their time. Yeah, 100% take your time. I'm not going anywhere. 3 years of hard graft, and I think my company name will hopefully be a reputable. 3 years. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, and you got to think to yourself as well. In Donegal, there's the amounts of other surgeries I've called. You know, I reel them all off. I've called and quoted countless surgeries in Donegal. So I'm hoping take my time with somebody like Carol, build up the relationship over the next, say, for example, 12 months. I think she ordered off me 6 months ago. So in 6 months' time, I'm hoping to call her like on an anniversary of her first order, for example, and then I'm going to mention is there anyone else that she knows, you know, that I could provide my services, but I don't want to ask her for a referral until I've earned it, if that makes sense. Other people are saying to me I should be asking my customers now, but I don't agree. I'm old-fashioned. I think to myself, why not wait at least 12 months? So people know that I'm still here. Why ask for a referral after one order or 3 months of business? I think you should deserve to have referrals. You should. Does that make sense? You know, it's a tough road that I'm making for myself. I'm making it harder, but then the road that is less traveled is the one that I want to be on, not the road with everybody else. I refuse to have a website, and it's for good reason. I want to have personal one-on-one relationships with my customers. If there's an issue, if there's a problem, they can ring me, they can email me, they know that I'm contactable, they know I'll look after them. With a website, you can go on there and order the wrong thing, and nobody will tell you, you know? I can make a website with Wix in 10 minutes, sure, and pay £30 a month, you know? But I refuse to do it, and everyone thinks I'm crazy, apart from one person, which is one of my best friends in America. He's a tax attorney, and he thinks I'm onto something. So I'm just going to keep my head down, keep working hard, get the car, and then I can obviously when the car's sorted, I can go back to normal hours. But um, but yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you again for the chat. We had a really good chat in January as well, um, and I appreciate it. I'm going to send you this email in 6 months. If you do remember me, my name's Charles, company's SOS in Cardiff, and if you do mention me to Carol, tell her I said hi, and she'll be over. I bet you her reaction. I'd love to see her reaction. You'd be like, do you know I call Charles who sells ink in Cardiff? She'd be like, oh my God, I buy the Brother Tony's room. We get along quite well, so I'm really. It's very interesting. But it's putting the pieces together though, isn't it? This is the whole point. So when I speak to a pharmacy in Limerick and I mention a GP surgery that, you know, out of conversationally, and then they say, "Oh, I know Mairead. you know, and things like that. So it's going to take a long time to build that reputation. But I'm not going anywhere, Sean. But I'll leave you to it. You've got a long evening ahead, and you've got service to go to tomorrow and things like that, and tonight as well to go to tonight. Yeah, and then yeah, well, don't no problem at all. It's been a pleasure speaking to you again. Genuinely, honestly, I wasn't even going to do another hour, and I thought to myself, I just need to touch base with people. I don't normally do it 4 months in. I normally do it 6 months or a year later. But I'm glad I did it this evening. So thank you for that. And you'll get an email off me in 6 months. I'll speak to you in 6 months. Thank you. Thank you, sure. Speak to you soon. Bye bye. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. That's 26 weeks, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 13th of October. Let's go! God. I must fucking recording that as well. I'm built up the value, bruv. He said stay in Dublin. Oh, don't tell me the fucking... Why? Come on, Eileen. Trassa. Oh, shit. Let's go. Motherfucking oh. Oh, down, 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 down. Come on, Eileen. Oh, fuck me.